Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, and welcome for the first of 5 in the LIT7 series this summer. It's a bit wet and windy here at Chelmsford Rugby Club, and in the men's open competition, the elite competition, it's fine rugby now, the quasi-home side here at the LIT7s competition. Set up by Lane Gowan, of course, who has also set up the 7 series itself, and they're up against the Hammerheads here, one of the oldest names on the LIT7 circuit. Fine rugby now in their green and black, playing in the left to right on your screens here on pitch 1. And a good defensive set to force the first turnover of the day. It will be fine rugby now with a scrum, a quick line out, knocked on. Two pools of 3 in the men's open. Shogun Rugby, formerly Samurai, also in this group. And then the 2 sides from St. Sevens. 1 black and 1 gold. But at the moment it's fine rugby now on the attack. Tarocca with a wide ball and then carried on into contact for the first time. Ratu Malakai Lealoma. Penalty goes the way of fine rugby now. And a quick tap as well. Malakai Lealoma bursting through the contact. Lovely step off the right. Little show and go, still driving on. Miller there in support. To ground once again. Bortnowski at 9 this time. Loose pass, finds Tarocca and then put down, so it's a turnover. But Hammerheads with a bit of work to do deep inside their own 22. Seriously long and impressive history, the Hammerheads. And they'll have a penalty and a bit of respite and the quick tap to get them underway. And suddenly there's a bit of green space down this left-hand side. Patient play by Will Aylan. And there's the lofted pass over the top. And suddenly they're in behind. Just the sweep and a beat. Who's got the pace? Driving into the corner. Tom Bateman will touch down. And the Hammerheads draw first blood here at Chelmsford. First try of the LIT7s series this year. There's Jake Kane, the coach, getting some messages on board from the sideline. That's a top start to the tournament for the Hammerheads, their first real period of possession. No luck from the conversion out wide from Elliot Bale. It will be a kickoff then to get us back underway. Bale to kick us off once more. Well, it's a teasing kickoff. Up goes Aylan, and what a take that is! And through he goes. Will Aylan into the corner. There's the covering tackle, and then just regathered. Not particularly comprehensively there, but Hammerheads still come away with it. Aylan back to his feet. Now there's numbers on this left-hand side. In comes the miss pass. Bateman, already with one today. Well, through a hole he goes, just drifting past defenders. Bale at 9. Aylan at first receiver. There's the miss pass. Cutting back against the grain. Slipping through the contact. But it's just been put to ground 5 meters short. And is there a breakaway here? Once again, driving on, making plenty of yards is Ratu Malakai Leiloma. And now there's a bit of space on that outside channel. Wonderful covering tackle to put an end to the breakaway attack. But, well, a bright start here at Chelmsford Rugby Football Club. Hammerheads so close to their second of the day. Instead, it will be a line out for the side in white and red. Line out and then back down the short side. They've caught them unaware. Hammerhead will go in for a second try. Well, how quickly things can change in the game of sevens, and after a good breakaway attack in the blink of an eye, a quick line out. Caught Hammerhead unaware, and that's the second try. Michael Van Cork it was, who got his second try. And a couple more changes for Fine Rugby now. Well, once again, it will be the Hammerheads to kick us off here. They reclaim their kickoff last time round in excellent fashion, and they've almost got on at the end of one another. Van Cork just spilled it, so a chance then for Fine Rugby now to break. Crashing over the gain line. Penalty goes their way as well. There's the quick tap. And now they really are rolling. Little show a go. Trying to get out of a phone box there. Malakai Leiloma so close to breaking away. And that looks like half time here in the first game of the LIT7s series here at Chelmsford Rugby Club. Hammerheads are 2 tries to the good. We'll see what Fine Rugby now can bring about in response as we head into the second half. That'll be in just a moment's time here at the LIT7 series. Is it the people in the way? I guess. Can you just tell me about the shot? It's not a big ask to get me that shot, is it? We can't, for like safety reasons, flying off. I don't know how much closer you can get to the sideline before it's a safety issue. People come flying off and get in. Just tell people to move, right? When are they in shot? Oh, you can't return to me. Kick-off then, and once again it's a reclaimable one. And indeed the Hammerheads do latch upon it. There's the ball inside, chipped forward by Josh Christie. But it's come back the way of Fine Rugby now. Lifted just beyond the vertical there, so penalty does go the way of the green and black. 2 tries down in this opening game. Looking to take them on the outside. Another good covering tackle. Over the ball they go. Is that a turnover? Cheers from the sideline. And Hammerhead do come away with it. Running laterally there. A loose pass, but Aylin latched onto it. Putting in the fend. Just dropping it short of the touchline. Cutting back against the grain on this occasion. And all the way. Sekou Vunivaeana has scored a 3rd try for Hammerhead as they stretch further out in front. Well, a great start to the second half then for Hammerheads, who have got one of the Saint 7 sides as well to contend with in their group. Well, of course, the LIT7s series, the first competition of 5 in this programme. There's other tournaments coming up at May 18th, the Manor 7s, Egham 7s in Surrey, Peterborough 7s, as well as that final event, the LIT7s. But there's also an event to tell you about on the 25th. As Rugby 4 now just breaking. Fine Rugby now with a strong break. The 25th of May, of course, hosted by the Broncos. Another tournament in London. That's a big event with 12 teams from across the globe coming together to compete. But on this first competition, it'll be the points accrued across the 5 tournaments listed will lead to the eventual winners here. And well, Hammerheads certainly could be one of those teams. And they've stripped it in midfield and are suddenly driving past the 22 yet again. Penalty goes their way. Quick tap, as you can expect to see all day in this reduced format. And suddenly there was an overlap on that right-hand side. Christie latches upon it and beats the first defender. Christie just battering his way through contact. Flicked out the back door to keep the play alive. Crossfield this time. And it's been claimed. 1 man to beat and they will saunter home for a 4th. Jacob Domain with that crossfield kick. Michael Van Cork scores another. Well, Hammerhead may well have sealed this game. And the conversion to boot as well. Nice Sekou Vunivaeana. Well, this game might be done and dusted, but action from Group B next here on pitch 1 as Shogun Rugby take on the Royal Logistics Corps Titans. And from kickoff, it's gone the way of the Hammerheads once again, as, well, most things in this game have so far. Christie juggled at first receiver and carried into contact. Suddenly there could be the hint of an overlap on that left-hand side. Lifted off the deck. Up to the 22. Penalty advantage now for Hammerhead to play with. Taking it to the line, Christian Squire. Lifted off the deck once more. Domain. Looking crossfield yet again. It bounces kindly on the turn, just put down. Knock on, but we'll come back for the aforementioned penalty advantage, or a second one even was given now on this right-hand side. Louis Beer with a tap of Coldy Rugby Club in the championship. On the switch around. Little 2-on-1 perhaps. And dotting down for another score. And that's the icing on the cake for Hammerheads here. Comprehensive victors in this game. That's their 5th try of the LIT7s. Well, it will be Bale looking to add the extras yet again. Wide of the mark on this occasion. Hammerheads with another. I think we may be in overtime here. And it's another very contestable kickoff. Beer gets a touch to it, and it's flicked up in his domain. And in the end, the offload to Beer, and he will score. Well, a 6th try surely puts this Hammerheads team in a frightening position going into their second pool game. They'll take on one of the Saint 7 sides who've got 2 teams in the competition. Now just short on this occasion, and that's the end of the first game here at Chelmsford Rugby Club in the LIT7 series. A impressive performance from Hammerheads, who, as expected, coming into this competition, looked like one of the favourites. More action from the Men Open Elite competition up next, as the Shoguns in action against the Royal Logistics Corps. That's live for you here at Chelmsford in just a moment's time. We're back for our second game here then at the LIT7s series, and it's the Shoguns on this occasion who take on the Royal Logistics Corps. And it is the Shoguns who have kept a hold of the kickoff, formerly Samurai, of course. Well, there's a hard line, but it's been spilt instead, and it's come back with the Royal Logistics Corps. And they'll have their first attack of the game so far. Lofted over the top. Big shot comes in there, but the offload away. Lovely footwork, looking to get into the wide channels. Another tackle in from the Shoguns to contain this Royal Logistics Corps Titan side for the moment at least. Two in the tackle there, penalty given, too high. And bursting through the contact, lovely chop tackle. Offloaded off the deck once more. The high press comes in from Shogun. Tackle made, in comes the counter ruck. Little pick and go. Once again, there's numbers there for Shoguns, and this time they look to turn it at the breakdown. Still it comes the way of the Royal Logistics Corps Titans. Taking it to the line once again. There's the offload. They're up to the 10-metre line. Loose ball latched upon by the Shoguns, and now they're away down this left-hand side. Nothing but green grass in front of them, and, well, they've kept the Royal Logistics Corps contained, and they will benefit from their first try of the day here at Chelmsford Rugby Club as they open the scoring here in Game 2 of the LIT7s. Well, they just latched onto the opportunity, as is so often the case here in this reduced format. Loose at the breakdown and sauntered in unopposed.
Chelmsford and the outrageous Otters on pitch 2.
And it will be Shogun to kick us off once more. Well, it's been tipped back off the kickoff, and they might dive in for another here. In the blink of an eye, they double their advantage. Well, they've made it look pretty easy there. Have Shoguns as they go in for their second try. No luck from the conversion once again. Once again contested off the kickoff, and this time knocked on, so Shoguns will be robbed of a third try. So it will be a scrum for the Royal Logistics core, but we've seen already this Shogun's defence really does have something about it, and well, they've turned it over at scrum time instead. And they'll hunt for some space down the short side. Breaking through the contact, there's the ball inside, but up goes the linesman's flag. Clean ball from the line out at least. Well, there's an interception there, but knocked on. Looking a little bit shaky at the back at the moment, the Royal Logistics court. But they will have a scrum, so some cleaner ball for them to play with. Well, the ball's gone loose from that scrum, and it's a quick line out taken by the Shoguns. But turned over in possession once again. Away come the Royal Logistics core. Footwork inside and out, and there's the hard line. Plenty of red and white shirts for company there. In comes the clear out. And maybe there's a little bit of space finally down the right-hand side, but the tackle, well, more of a shove really, but Rugby's greatest defender, the touchline, puts in a tackle there, and it will be a line out. Well, it's into the hands of number 15, Tom Rowland. Well, it's Lloyd plays away from the breakdown. And now they inject a bit of pace into the attack. Lovely line. One more pass inside would have done it, but instead brought down on this occasion. And it's Rowland on the outside again. One man to beat. Brought down on the 22. Well, it's been turned over at the breakdown, so away come the Royal Logistics core this time. But in midfield, well, it's loose. Pressure on from Shoguns, but maybe they've made it into the outside channel, the Royal Logistics core. And they've got one man to beat on the outside once again. Strong defence in that wide channel, but they're up to halfway. Just comes off the leg on this occasion. There's the missed pass. And now there's a 2-on-1. Little show and go. And who's got the legs to take it to the line on this occasion? It's the Royal Logistics core who will score there first. Well, they've been hammering away at this Shogun's line, and eventually they made it in behind for the first time today. Conversion to boot, so on the stroke of half-time, the Royal Logistics core keep themselves in the game with all to play for come the second half here in the opening game of Group B at Chelmsford Rugby Club, the first of 5 tournaments for LIT7s. At the moment, it's the Shoguns, one of the most established elite teams on the 7 circuit, who take a slender lead into the second half against the Royal Logistics core. unconventional kickoff. They just hammer it deep. We'll see what the Shoguns can have in response. Here's Ben Burnell. Well, that's a lovely line, and they're right through the centre. What a start to the second half. Whipped out the back door. It's loose and latched upon by the Raw Logistics Core Titans, but then Shogun's back with it. Blistering start to this second half. Burnell, and of Kenyan Sevens, Derek Meyer. Good leg drive through the first contact. Ripped in contact, so the referee waves play on. Chipped in behind, and Myers with the tackle and puts him deep into touch. So it will be possession for the Shoguns once again. Alex Garrett handing it off. Harrison Friday of Taunton Rugby Club, son of Mike Friday, of course, former England international, brother of Lucas, who's featured plenty of times with us on Next Gen before. But for now, it's the Shoguns who have made it into the wide channel once again, stretching this defence. Friday at first receiver. Put down. Well, the rain might have stopped, but remnants of the weather still leaving a mark on the fixtures. Shogun still in front. But it will be a scrum to the Raw Logistics Core Titans. Of course, another Saint 7 side making up the remnants of this group. There'll be an action later on today. Our next game on pitch one will be our first in the women's competitions, as Fine Rugby Now, the hosts, take on the Hammerhead women's side. Well, there's an offload to keep the attack alive, bursting beyond that 10 metre. Slow ball for the Raw Logistics Core Titans, chipped into the defensive line, rebounds back their way. Just teasing the defence, searching for a hole. Tackle made by Garrett, and it's turned over. Meyer comes away with it. Garrett at first receiver. Wide off first phase, but put down once more. And strong defence, however, from the Shoguns, keeping this Raw Logistics Core Titan side contained. Well, Shogun's camped inside their own half to begin this second period of 7 here. Well, flick between the legs. What you'd expect from some of the flare sides on show here at the 7s today. Step off the right and look at the injection of pace. Firing themselves over the gain line, lifting it off the deck. Double tackle comes in from Burnell. And the counter ruck to boot. Pick and go at first receiver. Shaking off the tackles. Lovely footwork. Just the sweep of the beat. Put down. And it will be advantage for the Shoguns. Little step off the left and out the back door. And suddenly they could be in behind. Big shot comes in there on Golden Clark. Takes 2 to take down Ben Burnell, but penalty advantage trying for a high tackle. And the Shoguns just put on the handbrake for the moment at least. Well, there's the tap. Looking to break into the half of the Raw Logistics Core for the first time, and they will go all the way. Well, eating up as much of the clock as they can, and no sweeper in place for the Raw Logistics Core. One missed tackle, And the Shoguns are in for another try. Well, the try by Pontypridd's Liam Lloyd. His last interaction of the game, for the moment at least, as he leaves the field. And it will be Burnell with a kickoff. Searching for Meyer on this left-hand side, straight out. So a free kick back on halfway, and still a bit of time for the Royal Logistics Corps to get themselves back into this game. But they'll have to create something quickly. Tap on halfway, and back down the right-hand side, they look to return possession and just spilt another unforced error. It will be possession back with the Shoguns for now. Onto field comes Keelan Fowler, Brighton College. One of the youngest players in this Shogun side. Scrum to be fed on this occasion by Harry Rickard. Was a good counter shove, but Rickard does come away with it and will look to take them on at first receiver. Well, penalty goes the way of the Shoguns, and, well, the referee didn't see any semblance of a tap, so Derek Meyer forced to retreat. And the Shoguns have had enough of it in the first game, at least, as we creep into overtime here. They'll take a victory out of their first fixture, and in our first 2 games here at the LIT7s, have we seen 2 of the challengers in this 5-tournament competition. Well, a top start for the Shoguns as they will take a victory from their first game here at Chelmsford Rugby Club over the Royal Logistics Corps Titans. Well, the women's competition up next. Fine Rugby now will look to be taking on Hammerheads. That's next live here at Chelmsford Rugby Club in our first of 5 LIT7s competitions. first foray into the women's competitions here live in Chelmsford Rugby Club in the LIT7s. It's two of the strongest women's sides in the competition. Hammerheads taking on Fine Rugby now. Hammerheads taking it to the edge on first phase, and look at the pace injected into the attack, just bursting through the tackles. Sammy Harris just cannot be contained on this right wing. And then they look crossfield. Well, bounces into no man's land, tacked back by the Hammerheads. Lovely pick up, and away they go down the left-hand side to draw first blood here in the opening game of the women's competition. Well, some pretty excellent pace injected into the attack, and the crossfield kick landed in a spot of uncertainty, and then lovely pick up, touchdown on that far side. Coached by Kieran Leeson, this Hammerheads side. Plenty of international representation across the programme, past and present. Kick-off cleanly taken on this occasion, though, by Fine Rugby now. So they look to string together their first attack. There's a lovely little show and go, and suddenly they're in behind. Lofted pass, flat to the line. Good ball inside to keep the attack alive. Well, they're off their feet at the breakdown, but a knock-on is the call. But a threatening opening attack for Fine Rugby now. It will be a Hammerhead scrum. Elaine Gelman, the tournament organiser, on the sideline in front of us here as well. Published author on the subject of youth rugby as well. This Fine Rugby now side, coached of course by Tamara Taylor, a World Cup winner. Plenty of pedigree in the side, but that's a lovely step off the right. And a great line break by Kira Deeks. And suddenly there might be a bit of green space for Harris to run into on the left-hand side. Harris for the corner. Sammy Harris has some serious pace about her, and that's the first try for her in this tournament, and the second for Hammerheads women's side. We've already seen their men get off to a flying start here. A top start then for Hammerheads, who have looked so clinical in this opening half. Well, Chelmsford are taking on Storm 7s up next here to represent the other two sides in the women's competition today. But from the kickoff, it's been won back by Hammerhead. A slip in midfield, but the captain, Harvey, back to... Sorry. Well, there's a breakaway down the left-hand side, and all of a sudden, Hammerheads have a third, and well, start to talk you through the defensive work of the likes of Harvey and Phelps, vice-captain and captain today for Fine Rugby now, but instead it's another try that goes the way of Hammerheads, and they are looking seriously impressive in these opening stages. I believe it's Abby Evans, the scorer, representing Scotland, Great Britain as well in the sevens format. And you can see why there, with an excellent finish. Also plies her trade at Saracens as well as she leaves the field. And Hammerheads go 3 in front. And what's been billed as perhaps the most competitive game in the women's competition today. It's Hammerheads at the moment, who are all over this fine Rugby Now side. On a penalty goes in favour of the side in front. When it rains, it pours really here for fine Rugby Now. There's a switch inside, looking to set Harris on her way. Breaking through the contact once again. Barely laid her finger on her as she just grafted her way through. And Hammerheads have a fourth in this first half. Sophie Shems with that ball on the inside as well. For Hammerhead Women's, the number 2. Featured in the Oxford-Cambridge varsity game just a few weeks ago. And we're a little slow to get things back underway here. It's been a bit of a blitzkrieg by this Hammerhead side in the first half. They're 4 in front. Eve Gallagher with the kickoff on this occasion. It's short, but taken well out of the air by fine Rugby Now, and into contact by Billy Ray Smallman. Little show and go at first at number 9. Contact taken yet again by McCutcheon. And no releasing on the floor. Another penalty for Hammerheads, who take it in front of the mark and will be called back. Gallagher wide once more to Shems, who hands it off. Little step onto the outside channel for Liv Laurie, who might go all the way. Laurie has Hammerhead's 5th. Clinical stuff once again. They shift into the wide channel. Good direction of running in the 15 to draw in defenders, and they seem to always have someone free on the outside. And Liv Laurie this time benefits from Sophie Shem's creative running. Well, at half-time here, it's pretty terrifying stuff if you're a women's side on the circuit this summer, because the Hammerheads look in fine fettle. 5 tries in that first half. They have blown away fine Rugby Now in this opening 7 minutes. We'll return for a second half here as the Hammerheads hold a commanding lead in the Women's Open here at Chelmsford Rugby Club. Well, kick-off here then in the second half. Fine Rugby now got a bit of work to do if they want to get themselves back into this game. It's Hammerheads who have looked so impressive, and they have turned it over once again with their ferocious defending. Relentless from the Hammerheads, and Laurie's away down the right-hand side again. Just the sweep of the beat wraps her up on this occasion, but there's the offload. They will come back for a knock on there, I believe. So it will be a scrum for the Hammerheads, but they have looked just so threatening every time they turn the ball over in attack. And they've got a promising position to extend their sizable advantage, but it's loose at the scrum and hacked downfield on this occasion. I find Rugby now, but it's back in possession with the Hammerheads. This time the ball is into touch. Well, it will be a line out then for Fine Rugby now. Runners up at the LIT7s in last year's edition. They won the South Island 7s last year, going one step beyond the men's team. They also won the Give a Ruck Festival as well. But at the scrum, it's been turned over by the Hammerheads, who once again come away with it. Good line speed on this occasion. Still in possession are the Hammerheads. Put down on this occasion by Laurie, but only backwards. Over to secure the breakdown. Once again, great line speed, but lovely footwork to evade the defender. Away goes Williamson. Where's the offload out wide? And suddenly Hammerheads in behind once more. There's a lovely offload. And they suddenly find themselves in a world of space, and they'll have another try. Now Fine Rugby now ring in the changes. A host of them at the beginning of this second half, where Hammerheads have added another try. Well, will anyone on this LIT7 circuit be able to contain this talented Hammerhead 7 side, who beyond their athleticism have just been so clinical with their decision making so far? Sorry, mate. Would you mind grabbing that team sheet that's just flown away? I'm so sorry. Thanks so much. Well, it will be the Hammerheads to kick us off once more. Well, it's really short on this occasion and bounces kindly for the side in purple, but the ball is put down. Well, Kieran Leeson must be happy with how his side has performed in this opening game. And from the scrum, however, it will be Fine Rugby now in possession. Let's see if their host of changes can have an impact here. It's driven up through midfield on this occasion. Once again, Hammerheads looking to get over the ball. Lifted over the top there by Chloe Williams, and then Phelps put down with some ferocity there. Up over the 10. Once again, Hammerheads go fishing for it in the breakdown, and it has been turned over. Hacked in behind. It will come to Keris Camp. Well, there's a foot in the breakdown there, and it's going to end up back in the possession of Hammerheads. Little show and go, taking it to the line this time, Williamson. Lofted pass to find Laurie. Laurie with some great pace intersects the Fine Rugby Now defence and will score another try. And Hammerheads have another on the board. Well, more action from the women's edition of the LIT7s Open up next. Here on pitch one, it will be Chelmsford, the home side, taking on Storm Sevens, a collection of players from around the Kent area. First, Hammerheads have another kick-off. They put it deep once more. Kicked in behind by Snaith. No, good chase from Snaith as well. It does come Hammerhead's way, lifted to Laurie, but hacked through instead by Camp, who latches upon it. Snaith dives to ground. But a knock on there, but some great territory for Fine Rugby Now. Scrum to Hammerheads. Well, the ball does come cleanly for Hammerheads as they shifted into the wide channels off first phase. That's an ambitious pass that goes to ground. And it's still in possession of Hammerhead Sevens. Great line speed and a lovely tackle comes in. But it's a good offload around the corner. It's a lovely ball. Some great pressure from Camp there to force the turnover as well. And it will be a scrum for Fine Rugby Now. Perhaps their best attacking position of the game. It spits out the way of the green and black. And the captain, Charlotte Harvey. Well, it's come loose, and that pass will result in possession for the Hammerheads once more. Liv Laurie looking to break, but this time skipping away. Hammerheads have another. Well, so quickly they can turn the game around on you like that. Well, there isn't much left to say about this Hammerheads performance. Absolutely clinical on every occasion. They defended with such ferocity. Great work at the breakdown, and when they had the ball in hand, it never took them more than a couple of phases to carve out a scoring opportunity. A dangerous looking Hammerhead side who will look to take on all comers here at Chelmsford, and well, will certainly look to take on all comers across the 5 tournaments. Well, in our opening women's game here on pitch 1, it's a comprehensive victory for the Hammerheads against the LIT7 side, Fine Rugby Now. So, more action from the women's competition to come. Up next, it's the host Chelmsford who take on Storm Sevens. We're back then for another game from the women's edition of this competition. Storm Sevens taking on Chelmsford Ladies Rugby Club. Well, it's Chelmsford Ladies in the pink and blue combination, while Storm Sevens play in the much lighter pink and blue. And you see they're sporting the shorts of the home club that they hail from as well, in a nice touch. Chelmsford Bluebirds, coached by Lily Barnett, recently came back from a huge comeback victory in the 15s side. Elton Manor they ended up beating by 42-38. Very proud of that occasion, certainly. And a bit narrow in attack at the moment, but driving forward at the moment and driving through the contact as well. What a lovely run this is. A great carry by Ellie Alderman. An excellent solo try from a long way out. Ella Alderman, the captain today, with a seriously impressive score and the conversion to boot. Well, a couple of the home supporters in front of us here, the management team of Chelmsford Ladies, but well, in this reduced format, you'll have to see a forward make a run like that, and well, opening score for Chelmsford. Ella Alderman, quite rightly, been given a moment to get back her breath as kick-off taken by Matthews on this occasion. Jess Matthews, the vice-captain today. But it's Storm Sevens now looking to attack down the short side, but the ball is loose. Latched upon this time by Chloe Hackney. But once again, the ball was loose. Spilled in contact, so a knock-on given for Storm Sevens. Storm Sevens made up of players from the likes of Longswood, Ashford, Thanet, Tonbridge, Blackheath, as well as a few Chelmsford Bluebirds themselves. It's their first official season. Well, it is a scrum for Storm Sevens. But, Chelmsford Ladies will look to disrupt deep in Storm territory. In fact, it is actually a Chelmsford feed. Going back for a knock-on advantage, it seems, but then put down at the base of the scrum. So it will be a Storm Sevens scrum on this occasion. Well, 4 teams competing in the women's competition today. We've just seen, of course, the Hammerheads in action. 54 points they put on Find Rugby now. A seriously impressive performance. And we'll have some action for the men's social competition after this as Anga Sevens take on Chelmsford, the home side. Before a return to the men's open as Saint Sevens are in action for the first time on our screens today as they take on Find Rugby now at 11:40. But for now, it's a turnover at the scrum and Chelmsford come away with it. Lovely hands. Into the wide channel they go. Surely now looking for that final offload and just put down. Unselfish play in the centre of the field for Chelmsford Ladies, but it will not result in the try they were after. Chloe Hockey again with a great run. Oh, lovely footwork. The pick and go, and suddenly Storm 7s are in behind. It's a great covering tackle made on halfway. And there's the counter ruck as well. And Chelmsford ladies look to steal it, and they have so. Great work from Sophie Nevitz. Here's Alderman again, the captain, skipping through the first contact. Lovely ball out wide, and now Hockey is in behind. And surely now will go all the way. And just touches down under pressure from Storm 7s, but Cheltenham ladies have their second, and that is a popular try here at Chelmsford Rugby Club. Off goes Ella Childs as well, who will look to take the conversion. Well, that's the second try for Chelmsford ladies, and the captain Ella Alderman had a big part to play in it yet again. With the assist on this occasion. Oh, great length on the conversion. Got a great line, sorry, on the conversion, but not quite the length. Kickoff to come then for Chelmsford ladies, who are 2 tries out in front against Storm 7s. So put down at kickoff, and the quickest to latch upon it is Riley. Good offload as well, and there's the step off the right from Nevitt, but once again put down. Good offload. Storm 7 suddenly in behind, searching for support. There's the fend to break away from one. Another ball back on the inside, but this time intercepted. And the counter might be on here for Chelmsford. Oh, good offload under pressure in contact, but just spilt. So we'll come back with a scrum. Storm 7s have done well to make their way up the field. Short break in play then. As half-time is the call, and at the break, Chelmsford ladies are up by 2 tries, and a really good feeling about this game from both sides. The Chelmsford Bluebirds have seriously been enjoying themselves on the sideline in front of us here, and they will take an advantage going into the break. With 7 more minutes to come here in our second game of the Women's Open here at Chelmsford Rugby Club in our first of 5 LIT7s competitions. Kickoff then reclaimed excellently well by Storm 7s, who've travelled up north from Kent today for this competition. There aren't that many places considered that would consider Chelmsford North, but penalty has gone the way of the home side, the hosts of the first of 5 LIT7s competition. This is the 9th year of the Chelmsford 7s, hacked through by Storm. Regathered by Riley, Flicks it back inside. Unconventional, but a good offload. Forward pass is the call from the referee. So it's a scrum in a really promising position for Storm 7s. But from the scrum, they made into the wide channels. It's just off the boot there from the knock-on. So Chelmsford ladies will look to latch upon it. A double knock-on there. So Chelmsford ladies escape on this occasion. Scrum then, this time for Chelmsford ladies, who already lead by 2 tries. Well, it spits out the back of the scrum, but it is back in Chelmsford ladies' possession as they chip it in behind. Sweeper in place for Storm, who return fire themselves. And Barnett looking to take him on the outside. Barnett cutting back against the grain. Huge shot comes in. And that will give Storm 7s the opportunity to score their first. Well, it was a great run from Barnett, but then in came the disruptive shot and cleanly regathered by Storm, who have a try on the board. And they cut the gap to just 1 score, with the conversion still to come. Zoe Barnett has just come off the field and gave a look to, now lying down in front of us after that huge contact. She gave a look to her teammate on the sideline as if to say, you all saw that one, didn't you? Great run from Barnett. She's feeling the afters of that huge tackle that's resulted in Storm's first try. And well, the Chelmsford ladies have been on top in this game. It's been Storm with all the possession, but a good take off the kickoff. Lovely draw and give as well. And there's the big fend coming in this time. Harry Wells freshly onto the field, but the ball is loose, so Storm come away with it instead, and suddenly a bit of space on the outside channel. Storm in behind. Lovely weighted kick. Bounces kindly for Storm. Flicked backwards there, and in come the tackle, this time from Nevitt, but Storm with a hard line, taking it to the gain line, through the defence, and all of a sudden they've levelled things up here. Well, what a turnaround in this second half then. The opportunity to put Storm in front. That's a good strike, but just wide of that left hand upright. Things are level then, 10 apiece here. In this second half, it's been Storm with all the territory and not too long to go here. And well, things are really in the balance. Ella Alderman's excellent solo score to begin, and then she set up the second for Chelmsford. Those have been cancelled out now. Kick-off chipped in the midfield. Chipped in behind, but just beyond the gain line, and then fired once again. Back into the defensive line. Offside is the call. Spilt the kickoff and then caught in front. So it will be a tap for Storm as they're now searching for an advantage for the first time in this game. Great leg drive and a good offload too. And suddenly they are in behind. Lovely offload once more. And that should do it for Storm 7s. They take the lead for the first time in this game. Strong running with good offloads through the contact. Textbook 7s really to take the lead. Now 15-10 then. The scores on my count at least. As the referee assesses how long we have to go, Chelmsford ladies will need to string a few phases together if they want to get back into this game. That's been the problem so far. It's just strong defence from Storm 7s to force the errors, and then they capitalise on those mistakes. Cleanly taken on this occasion by Childs, and a good offload as well to keep the attack flowing. Another great offload. Here's Alderman this time, with the ball inside, intercepted by Storm, and now they'll look to counter. Good footwork, stepping off the right foot and into the outside channel. One-on-one. Lovely fend once again, hurtling into the corner. Lovely covering tackle on this occasion by Nevitt. Back to the feet goes Storm, and they force the offload as well. And a try-saving tackle from Sophie Nevitt, but it won't be enough. The final score here, Storm 7s, 10 down at half-time, have come rip-roaring back into the game and have stolen it from under the noses of the hosts here. They win by 15 points to 10. Our next game here on pitch 1 then, we will venture into the men's social as once again Chelmsford in action up against Anga 7s. Well, a false start here in our next game on pitch 1 as we change the playing equipment. Chelmsford then, the hosts in action with the all-familiar pink and blue kit. The Chelmsford development side, the Ultras, as they are known, up against Anga 7s. These two sides, the top in Group A of the social competition, already with victories against Lowfat Milk and Colchester's outrageous Otters. Well, coached by Desiree Oliver-Mass, it will be this Chelmsford side with possession to start us off. Driving into contact is Ash Trumey on this occasion. It's deep into the backfield and then Carry it up through the centre. No nonsense from Noah Payne on this occasion. Well, they stick down the short side on the wraparound. Well, the ball goes down, unfortunately, there. So it will be a line out for Anga 7s. Well, it's the Chelmsford Colts team that make up the majority of the side, with a couple of senior players stepping down to help out. Good opportunity for the home side. Finished third last year in the Colts Cup, losing to local rivals in that game. But for now, it's Anga 7s in possession for the first time. Injecting a bit of pace into the attack, little Kevin. Stepping through the contact, here is Kelvin once again. On the wraparound, looking to dissect the defence. Certainly the older side here. Lofted pass. But forward, according to the referee's whistle. So it will be possession back with Chelmsford. That pass just beyond Anga 7's number 10. Well, part of Anga Rugby Club, of course. Plenty of players who play their 15s for Chelmsford also in action for Anga today. But this time it comes the way of the Chelmsford development side. Looking cross-field on this occasion. But unfortunately, just beyond their flying number 17. Well, the line out almost picked off by Anga. But a knock-on has been given, so it's possession. Back with Anga playing from right to left here against the host, although there's plenty of Chelmsford players in action for both sides, of course. Anga, who have submitted 2 sides into the competition. The Anga Knights in action in Group B. This is what could be described as their main side, perhaps. Tom Ralphs to feed the scrum. And darting away down the short side on this occasion. Tom Ralph will go all the way and score. Just spotted a bit of space on the blind side and draws first blood here between Anga and Chelmsford. Bit of a local derby, really, as the hosts go behind in the opening stages of this game. Well, no luck from the conversion, unfortunately, but it will be a 5-point advantage. It will be Connor Castle as well to recollect. Instead, kick-off for Anga, short. And just bounces beyond the line. Lovely little turn. And Anga driving on then with possession back in their hands. Back against the grain comes Jack Athel on this occasion. Bursting through the tackles. Lovely out the back door. Little show and go. A beautiful try. Anga score off kick-off with a beautifully weighted kick. They have neglected to supply us with shirt numbers for a few of these players, so unfortunately the number 12 won't get his due say, but Great kickoff from him, and then he benefited in support. Another kickoff then for Anga. Now lead by 2 tries. Bounces kindly in front of the Chelmsford Colt side. Picking and going down the short side yet again and looking to get in behind. Strong run from Astrumi on this occasion. Anga over the ball. It looks like they've stolen it as well. Oh, it changes hands yet again here. Little flick out the back door. High tackle is the call. It's just tapped off the knee and hung up crossfield. Picked out of the air well on this occasion. Freddie Matthews flying into the breakdown, in from the side. So penalty goes Onga's way. Quick tap from Matthews. Nice footwork and then lifted to keep the attack alive. Another fend comes in to get Anga in behind once more. Jakey Little this time might go all the way. And touchdown for Onga's third. And they will be heading right to the top of Group A here in the men's social competition. Well, next game on pitch 1. Fine Rugby now, back in action. Up against LIT7s in action for the first time on our stream. It'll be their black side instead of their gold side. But at half-time here between Chelmsford's Colt side and Anga Sevens. Anga are 3 tries to the good as they look to go to the top of Group A in the men's social competition. Second half to come then. Chelmsford, the home side in this men's social game, trailed by 3 tries to Anga Sevens, who with this win will go to the top of the men's social Pool A. And they're looking to start brightly here as well. It's just deflected into the hands of Matthews. Skips through the first contact and steps away from a second. Lovely offload as well. And Perfect start for Anga in this second half. A bright flowing mood to start the second half here. It's a good festival atmosphere here, even if the weather isn't showing it. Kickoff from Anga. Good running take on this occasion from Nathan Howe. Burst through the first tackle. Lofted ball inside on this occasion. Anga defence holding firm at the moment, keeping Chelmsford contained. Griffin Clark into contact and gets the offload away. And Clark picks and goes once again. Short line on this occasion. Keir Lorkin, and then chipped in behind. Anga the first there. Connor Castle skips away from one and gets the offload inside as well. And then stepping back off the right, Anga will go in for another. Well, Keir Lorkin there, beaten on the inside by Jake Ellis, who goes in for another. And Anga have a fourth and have sealed this game. And they're looking like perhaps favourites going into this men's social competition. But really good vibes here at Chelmsford Rugby Club. The first of the LIT7s tournament, 5 of them in total. And then the big standalone festival on the 25th, hosted by the Broncos in London. James Haskell there as well to run the after party. That promises to be a pretty outstanding day of rugby and a enjoyable event all round as the hosts here, Chelmsford, look to get back into the game. Well, turned over at the breakdown by Lorkin, a great leg drive as well. Over the ball go Anga on this occasion, but the host still with it. Put down at first receiver, unfortunately, by Noah Payne. So Anga will escape for now unscathed. Scrum then for Anga in the closing stages of this social fixture. Well, the Royal Logistics Core Titans in the men's open defeated Saints Gold earlier today, which is their first win on the day, which means things are still open in the Shogun's group. Well, that's a lovely chip through and regathered excellently well by Athol, and then the pass inside put down, but we'll come back for the scrum instead. So in the men's open, Saints Black yet to play in the group that also includes Hammerheads. They'll take on Fine Rugby now, who were defeated comprehensively by Hammerheads in that first game, all over in the men's open Group B. Shogun and Royal Logistics both on a win, but Royal Logistics Core Titans We'll need Saints to do a big favour against Shoguns later on today if they are to progress. Shoguns just need one more win to go through as top of that group. So Fine Rugby now looking to keep their tournament alive here at Chelmsford in the next game as they take on the Saint Sevens organisation. For now though, Chelmsford looking to get their first try on the board, chipped in behind. But only touch found. Good bit of territory for the home side. Line out claimed by Anga. But not to the referee's liking. So it will be a scrum for the home side, Chelmsford. Keir Lorcan with the feed. And there's the long miss pass, almost intercepted by Anga. But just put down in the wide channels, and that will bring an end to the fixture here. It's a victory for Anga, who go to the top of this men's social group. But we return to the men's open competition, the upper echelons of the competition here at Chelmsford today. Fine Rugby now looking for a response after a disappointing defeat to the Hammerheads. Will take on the Saints Sevens, one of their two teams entered into the elite competition today. That's next here at Pitch 1 at Chelmsford Rugby Club at the first LIT7s tournament of the summer. Saints Rugby Black then, off the kickoff, look to retain possession for the first time. But instead it's Fine Rugby now who look to have come away with it. Fine Rugby now defeated by the Hammerheads in that first game, so they'll be looking for a response. This, the first game of the day for Saint Sevens. And down the short side, what a breakaway this is. Fine Rugby now with a perfect start. Ratu Malakai Leiloma will saunter in unopposed to open the scoring. Well, Saint Sevens, who have brought a black and a gold side, coached by Nick Clark, formerly of the Armed Forces, and Apache Sevens, as well as Nomads, their coach. He's brought plenty of Nomads with him. Sponsored by Avon Rugby, and they support the ALK International Cancer Charity as their main sponsors. That was one of the things that Nick Clark highlighted coming into this summer season. He wants to win games, and he wants to raise money for charity, so a good cause, even if they are currently behind. But an attack pending for this Saints black side. Bursting up through the centre with a strong carry. Will Tanner there. But then back down this short side they go, looking to create some form of an overlap. Well, shepherded in their own 22 at the moment, Saints. And just spilt, unforced error. Put down by Rain Dawson. So a big opportunity this for Fine Rugby Now, who are also competing in the social competition alongside this as well. So they've got plenty in the legs left to give here in their second game. Fine Rugby Now, of course, coached by Owen Jones. Founded in 2012. Alan Gelman, who's also the LIT7s organiser, of course. They won the Most Sociable Team Award at the Granada Sevens recently, but beat the likes of Trinidad and Tobago out there in a tough competition. Finalists at the South Island Sevens, which their women's team, of course, went on to win, but also winner at the LA7s Premier competition. So they've been travelling far and wide to put on a show. But here at their first of 5 LIT7s competitions, drawn a tough group with Hammerheads, but they'll have the feed at this scrum for now. Loose pass into midfield. Here is Malachi Loma. Goes back down the short side. Lovely offload through the contact as well. And in go Fine Rugby Now for another try. A second try of the game for Fine Rugby Now. And on the wraparound, a second try for Ratu Malakai Loma, who looks a seriously impressive player. Well, a kick-off then to come from Fine Rugby Now, who are 2 tries up. And Saints have done very little wrong. They've yet to have a lot of time with the ball in hand here. This will be a big result for Fine Rugby Now, who would need Hammerheads to slip up against this Saints team if they wish to progress. And it's a clean take of the kickoff, so Saints in possession for now, looking to get in behind for the first time, breaking away down that left-hand side. Lacking in support a little at the moment. Big shot comes in midfield. Over goes Tyrese Cummings to look after possession. Connor Finner into contact this time. And then taking it short, Dawson. Over the ball goes the double try scorer. Ratu Malakai Loma, who once again leaves his mark on this game. Well, settling into this game then, Fine Rugby Now. Into contact goes Junior Delai. And picking and going down the short side. Ben Hatch is away with 1 to beat. Puts the kick in behind. And is then swiftly taken to ground. So it's all the way back with Saints. Got a long way to go. That's a lovely touch off the toe, though, to keep the attack alive. Connor Finch just assessing his options, taking contact in midfield. And there's a little show and go as they slip between the lines. Just lay low at a beat. In goes the fend. Penalty for a high tackle is the call, to the bemusement of Leiloma. Halen Quigg with the tap as they shift it right to left. Just assessing their options. Tyrese Cummings, and then breaking away down the left-hand side through contact in the blink of an eye, and Saints are on the board. Well, Fine Rugby now looking to take control of the game, but Saints all of a sudden back into the contest. Reece Dawson picked out before the game as one to watch. Has made his mark here, opening the scoring for Saints on the stroke of half-time. Well, Fine Rugby now still in control here. They lead at half-time, but Saints, as we've seen, certainly not out of the game just yet. We'll return for the second half in this men's open competition very shortly. Second half to come here then, and it's Fine Rugby now to kick off. Well, this Saints black side who got back into the game on the stroke of half time have started brightly in the second half, injecting some real pace into the attack and getting beyond the first line of defenders. Still going here. There's the offload inside. Could be a try in the corner here under real pressure, but does dot it down. Jordan McAllister freshly onto the field, and all of a sudden, it could be back level here. Well, what a turnaround by this Saints 7 side. Will Tanner wide from the conversion attempt, but looking a little bit shell-shocked out there at the moment. Fine Rugby now. They looked in control at the start of this game, but they've let it slip, and well, things are all level here. Kick-off to come from St. Sevens. Tanner puts it deep into the 22. And then putting it in behind, no sweeper in place, and that will be a yellow card. Aaron Asiri, highlighted before the game as an important player for Saints, will be taking an extended leave of absence in this game after blocking the kick through. The penalty is where the kick landed. Well, it's not Asiri off the field, but Saints are down to 6, and this should be an advantage for Fine Rugby now. And look at the pace in that left-hand side. A wonderful covering tackle. Just about contains Junior Delhi. Wow, quick line out as well. Well, the referee's whistle has gone. He has set a mark for the line out. So Saints keen to get things under away, but they'll have to come back for the set piece. Well, up goes the line out. It's a bit loose, but it does come the way of Saints, and they'll have a second opportunity to try and exit. Good footwork from Tanner, skipping away from 2. And Tanner breaks through the defensive line. Look at will Tanner go. Just looking to fend off Leoloma. Still going Tanner, and still with Leoloma for company, but Tanner's made great yards here for Saints. Lovely ball out wide, and suddenly McAllister's in behind for a second time. Caught on this occasion, so checks back. Skipping away from 1. Great hands, Tanner back with it. Leoloma comes across to make the tackle, lifted off the deck. And Siri. Penalty try is given for Saints. High tackle to deny a try-scoring opportunity, hands them all 7 points. And the 6 men of Saints have scored another. And well, they've gotten themselves out in front here against Fine Rugby now. Saints return to a full complement of players. They've weathered that storm of the yellow card excellently well and have stretched out in front. What a turnaround in this game, but Fine Rugby now back in possession. Well, just lifted off the deck. Reese Morton sends it wide and points to the corner. But trucking up through the centre is Matthew Taroka. Slow ball. What can Fine Rugby now create with it? Well, that ball is loose, but advantage has gone the way of Fine Rugby now, so they will have a scrum. It's bitterly cold here at Chelmsford Rugby Club in the wind. Not the weather you'd associate with sevens, but some real quality on show in this men's open competition. And Saints have turned over the scrum as well. And now they're on the attack. Well, offside from that knock-on, unfortunately, Jordan Faduya. Quick tap as well. And another penalty for not being 10 yards. Ratu Malakai Lialoma with a quick tap, and he's won himself a third penalty in a row, and that will be a yellow card on this occasion. 3 penalties in quick succession. Once again reduces Saints to 6. Some nice footwork to get this attack flowing. Ben Hatch on that occasion. A 4th penalty in quick succession. Oh, instead it's a turnaround, actually. A penalty goes Saints' way. So the 6 men of this Saints black side will look to extend their advantage further. Some good footwork there from Doja. Slow ball at the breakdown, but Saints still have it. Lialoma with the high press, lofted over the top instead for Dawson. Dawson looking to take on his man one-on-one. There's the offload. Saints in behind, and they do score another. Reece Gosling this time. There in support to take the ball inside in the game in the last few moments. It's just gotten away from Fine Rugby now, unable to take advantage of the 7 men v6 situation that Saints have been experiencing in this game on 2 occasions. Twice with 6 players they've managed to score themselves. And that is a pretty spectacular kick as well to seal the game. Well, at the end of this game then, it's a thrilling contest back and forth, but it's Saints who take a victory, and that spells an end to the latter stage of the competition for Fine Rugby now. Saints will have to go on and beat the Hammerheads in a deciding fixture that'll be later on this afternoon. Victory then for Saints in their first outing of the day so far. Live up next to you on pitch 1, it's a return to the men's social as the bit Wavy 7 side take on LIT7s. Kick-off then from the men's social competition. It's two sides at the very top of the group. A draw and a win for the LU7s and 2 victories. And a draw, a win and a loss, I'm afraid, for Bit Wavy, who were taken down by Fine Rugby Now social team. A short kick-off taken by Bit Wavy 7s as well. Top start for them, lifted off the deck. Skipping through the first contact on this occasion. Stepping off the right and the left, Isaac Sestak. And Sestak's all the way through. And he will score the first try for Bit Wavy. Good footwork from Sestak, good power as well. And LU7s are behind early doors. Coached by Tom Crossley, the independently run Sevens team that's been playing since 2017, mostly from Mersey Island. Strong link up with Mersey Island. Isaac Sestak, the try scorer, picked out as one to watch in the build up to this tournament. And it will be Bit Wavy who kick off. And a free kick, offside is the call, so big opportunity for LU7s, who has started as a student pathway for rugby players based around Henley. Lots of Henley graduates, of course, in the team today, but at the moment it's Yona Korikuinivoka trying to carry on through the first round of contact. Still driving on, Korikuinivoka. Here's Harris, on once more. Ferocious through the contact, looking to keep things alive. Here's George Harris once again, the captain today. Number 4, the into contact is Goons. Over the ball go Bit Wavy, but LU7's still in possession. Tagade Tua skipping away from 2. Cutting back against the grain, Sean Siegman, formerly of the London Irish Academy as well, and will have a break in play as the injured player for LU7's finally does disrupt possession of LU. LU7's founded in 2023. Quite new to the 7 circuit, but hoping to grow all the time. Coached by Ben Tony. He's had a number of accolades in both his playing and coaching career within 7s and 15s. George Harris, the captain, picked out at the beginning of this conversation as well, the London Irish Academy player. We're just still dealing with the injured player on field. Wavy, who lead by just 1 try, Isaac Sestak the scorer. More social rugby for you live on Pitch 1 if things proceed as planned. Up next, Fine Rugby Now in their social format, in action against the Harage and Dovercourt Hawks, local side. Unfortunately, it's Selusi Nabakaroko has to leave the field of Nitsa Suri Rugby Club in Fiji. It does mean that the game will get back underway here. Well, Harris with the feed, a promising position for LU7s. Henley College graduate reaches down low to keep it alive, and here's Siegman. Takes 2 to bring him down. Harris. Korikuinivoka hands it off once more, and then bursting through the contact this time. Semi Tagivatua, the try scorer. And LU7s Rugby back on level terms. Tagivatua over from Yasawa Rugby Club in Fiji. Always need a couple of flying Fijians if you want any success in the LIT7 circuit, and that's where we might see LU7s Rugby in a couple of years' time. Competing in the social competition today, and they've levelled it up. Captain Harris with the kickoff, and almost plucked out of the sky by Ben Stokes. Part of the Ealing Trailfinders Academy, of course, with that close connection with Henley College. But put down on this occasion. Scrum them a bit Wavy, who have been bystanders in the game for the last couple of moments since their opening score. See what they have to offer with a bit of ball in hand. It's Harris once again piling on the pressure, however. Down goes Lugarski. And they move it right to left in second phase here. James Dayton cutting back against the grain, handing it off to Norfolk. Taking it up the jumper through the centre. Another big collision in midfield. Little show and go this time to get in behind. Away go Bit Wavy Sevens once again. Cam Cowley this time. Who touchdown under the sticks. Clinical stuff from this Bit Wavy side. Need just the two opportunities in this game to create two scores. Out in front again. Kick off then. Played back into the 22 with Harris. And looking to attack off first phase. Down goes Khan Goons on this occasion. Harris back with it. Little missed pass, flashed across the face. Lovely step off the right, and a great injection of pace. Good carry from Sean Siegman. And they're up to halfway, LU7s. Harris assesses options. Picks out another Harris in Alfie. And Alfie Harris takes it to contact this time. Stolen on the floor. Picked off by Jean Courtenay. And 2-on-1 is it on the left-hand side. Bit Wavy might be into the corner once more. Well, a great effort on the covering tackle, but waiting to see what the referee's decision is. Alex Strux thinks he's made it into the corner, and try is given. Ed Johnston on this occasion who touches down, but the try goes Bit Wavy's way, and all of a sudden they are 3 tries out in front. Well, that is the final action of the half. Bit Wavy scored yet again. Only 3 opportunities inside the 22 of LU7s, but they've converted all 3 of them, and that gives them a commanding lead going into the second half. But as we've seen already, LU7s have plenty to offer. And at the moment, it's Bit Wavy who will be flying right to the top of the social Group B standings. Second half to come here at the LIT7s at Chelmsford Rugby Club very shortly. Kick-off then, and it's a contestable one from LU7s, and they do in fact have a hold at it as well. Ellis Knoll with a good take off the kick-off and good leg drive to get LU on their way. Harris with the show and go. Penalty goes LU's way, not rolling the call. Harris with the quick tap. Missed pass, and then an injection of pace into the attack by Ben Stokes. Carving through the defence. Well, important try for LU7s, who look to crawl their way back into this game. They've cut the deficit to 1. And Harris looks to add the extras. And does so. Well, good try for LU right from the kickoff. We'll see if Harris can create something else here. Harris will get us back underway. LU7 still trail by 1 try, but they've had the brightest start in this second half. It's another contestable kickoff, but will it go 10? Well, spilled off kickoff, this time by Bit Wavy. So the knock-on advantage. Will actually result in a free kick on halfway because it was knocked on instead of played by Bit Wavy. And what can they create with this advantage? Norfolk to ground. Little pick and go from the base on this occasion by Alex Scott. Penalty then goes Bit Wavy's way. Quartermain curling through the contact, and who might go all the way? Dan Quartermain with the score that re-establishes a 2-try advantage for Bit Wavy. Try then for Bit Wavy. Out of nothing, really. Just caught LU7's a bit unaware with the quick tap. So they'll have to receive a kickoff and create something quickly. They trail by 2 tries in this second half. Well, it's a good take in the air and a good offload as well from Sonny Ramlal to keep the attack alive. Good clear out from Ramlal as well. Back to his feet. Penalty goes LU7's way at the breakdown. Sonny Ramlal, formerly of Essex County player as well. Assessing their options, LU7s, and opting to take the direct channel. Stokes goes to ground. Stripped at the breakdown yet again by Bit Wavy. Johnston goes himself, looks to take on Harris and beats him. Johnston gets the offload away. One more should do it. And into the corner they go. Theo Richardson this time with the try. And they may well have taken the game beyond LU7s. Clean offloads, textbook 7s really, once they stole it at the breakdown. And not long to go here. If LU7s want to get in back into this game, they'll have to do something pretty soon. Kick-off to come from Ed Johnston. Free kick on halfway, exactly what they needed. George Harris, the captain, takes the quick tap. And spins away from one. Stokes in behind. Will score his second. Pick and go, and caught bit Wavy a little bit unawares there. His second try of the game. Certainly do have a game on here. Kickoff to come then from Harage once more, and it's another contestable one. Tapped back by LU7s, but it falls kindly for bit Wavy. Bursting through the tackle. Offloads are plenty, and they're in behind once more. And Ollie Frost this time dots down. And as quickly as LU7s can get themselves back into the game, bit Wavy respond emphatically. A minute and a half to go, and they've re-established the advantage once more. Well, end-to-end stuff here at the Chelmsford Rugby Club, the host of the first LIT7s competition. Knocked on from the kickoff as well, so we'll have a scrum for bit Wavy. Scrum feed by Norfolk. He's there on the wraparound, under pressure from Segman, and Sean Segman does cause the turnover. Segman with the feed then, another Henley College representative, former of London Irish, also appeared for Berkshire, as a couple of these sides have. Segman goes down the short side and finds Ram Lau breaking through the contact. Here's the offload. Bursting through the contacts. Jonah Corey Queenivoka. And Segman gets the offload away to Knoll. Ellis Knoll on the turn, looking to free the hands. Knocks it on, but then hacked away by bit Wavy. Corey Queenivoka. Bumps off one. Ramlal. Well, there's numbers over if they can use them. Lovely ball. Nonchalantly chipped in behind. And Ellis Knoll is into the corner for the score. Well, Jake Rawcliffe, another former Ealing trail finder, and a beautifully weighted kick. And it won't be enough to turn the tide of the fixture, but a good showing from both bit Wavy and LU7s. Bit Wavy take the victory in the end, but a great advert for this competition, for rugby of that quality to take place in the social standard. And we will double check for you what's happening next in the schedule, as we're a bit delayed here on pitch 1. So we'll be back with our next fixture very shortly.
Yeah, I don't think it's very nice because we're really behind, so like Saints goals have just come off the pitch, but they're not on the pitch yet. I'll be on Ollie. Pretty behind. 20 minutes? Yeah. So this is Saints Black against the Hammerheads.
Two undefeated sides then in the men's elite competition. The men's open here at Chelmsford Rugby Club in our first of 5 LIT7 competitions. It's Saints to kick off here into the overcast sky. They'll take on the Hammerheads, who put on a real show in our first game of the day, taking down LIT7s' very own Find Rugby Now. Let's see what they have to offer against the Saints side that then went on to defeat Find Rugby Now in an excellent second half performance where twice they were down to 6 players and still they managed to take a victory. Well, a high tackle there on Sekuva Vunivaivana, so penalty advantage for the Hammerheads. Vunivaivana with a tap as well. Wide from Aylin. Contact taken. And just a slip in midfield, but a good offload off the deck to keep things rolling. Just gliding through the tackles there before dislodged in contact. But then hacked through by Saints, so we will have a line out for the Hammerheads back in possession. Well, the standings so far in the men's open, Shogun are undefeated so far. They're playing Saints Gold over on pitch 2. They are already through unless they have a heavy defeat against Saints Gold, whereas the winner of this game here on pitch 1 will top Group A of the men's open. So it's all on the line here. And you'd fancy Hammerheads to begin with, given their really strong performance in their first game against a Find Rugby Now side that took Saints all the way. Flicked out the back door, finding Aylin, who's in behind here. Lovely show and go. Will Aylin injects a bit of pace into the attack. He had Dawson for company, but Will Aylin went all the way and opened the scoring. Well, he was off his feet during the first game, looking to shake off a bit of a knock, and has seemingly done so without much trouble. A great opening try. And the Hammerheads are in front. Kick-off to come then from Hammerheads as well, who would secure their place into the latter stages with a win here. Elliot Bale to get us underway. Looking to pick out Domain, who makes the tackle there. But it is Saints who retain possession, carried in by Jordan Fadoju. Well, they've gone left to right in just one phase. Lovely hands all the way to spread this Hammerhead defence, and then good pressure at the breakdown, and they have forced a penalty out of Saints. So the Hammerheads will have the tap. Well, quick tack by Bale. His Domain. Taking up the jumper. Draws in 2 defenders. Bale. Well, Van Cork's just going himself, brushing off defenders. Van Cork diving into the corner. Something out of nothing from Michael Van Cork. That is a really good solo try. He had options left and right, and then just put the hammer down, went himself. And he has the second try for the Hammerheads. Certainly had the length from the kickoff, but wide of the right hand upright, so things will remain 2 unanswered tries to nil at the moment. Hammerheads in control. Elliot Bell with his 3rd kickoff in quick succession. Well, up goes Beer, and he does tap it back. And has come Hammerhead's way. Christie. Through the hands they go, and then the step off the left, dissecting the defence. Oh, a great offload off the deck as well. And Archie English will benefit from Seku Vunivaivala's great work. Lovely step and a beautiful offload as well. He was all wrapped up by Aaron Essiri, but still managed to get that pass away. And that's 3 for the Hammerheads, who are not far from sealing this game off. Well, Bell's got another kick-off. The last one was excellent. Louis Beer got up well to tap it back. And the Hammerheads certainly one of the biggest names here at Chelmsford Rugby Club. Beer with another almost perfect take, but instead it just slipped out of his hands. So the Saints with an opportunity to create something in this game. Good pace on the outside by Gosling, but driven into touch. Line out to come for the Hammerheads, who could kill this game off in the first half. Their women's team were just in action against Chelmsford. Victorious there. But a loose line out, and it's gone over the top. So now the Saints could be on the attack. Looking to kick it in behind on this occasion, but it was charged down. And then Christie puts it in behind, and look at the pace. Christie's there. Josh Christie turns on the afterburners, and Hammerheads are steaming away. The conversion to boot as well from Elliot Bale. So at half-time here, it's all Hammerhead. They have been all dominant in this tournament so far. And they have put an incredibly impressive first half to a close with another try. They lead by 4, with the Saints yet to have a sniff in this game. It looks like they'll be heading through to the latter stages of the very first round of the LIT7s here at Chelmsford Rugby Club. Hammerheads to kick us off then, Elliot Bale, whose kickoffs have been seriously impressive off that left boot. And it's hooked high and wide and contestable and claimed as well. But a bit of respite for the Saints as it's been turned over at the breakdown. Hayden Quigg with the tap. Well, there's a missed pass. And a bit of pace by the number 7, Dawson. And now suddenly it's a 3-on-1 that he was always going to execute. Jonah Varela this time gets Saints on the board. And, well, plenty of time left in this game. Would be one mighty comeback if they could cut this 4-try lead, as they have done so far. Conversion as well by Quigg. So 7 points on the board, 3 more to go, and they'll be in front. There's a big ask, however, against this talented Hammerheads team, but a good perfect start to the second half for St. Sevens. Well, it looks as though, according to the schedule, that there will be a semi-final in this men's open as well. So the top 2 teams will be going through. That means that I believe that this Saints side, depending on results elsewhere, will be taking on the Royal Logistics Corps in that semi-final if things stay the way they are at the moment. The Hammerheads take the kick-off cleanly, a deep one, and now they're on the attack. Oh, lovely footwork to put Quigg to deck. But he's back into the defensive line. Bale with a good pass out wide. Good defence at the moment from Saints. And the penalty has also gone against them, unfortunately. Bale into contact on this occasion. Christian Squire. Domain wide. Sekuvi Vudivudiana with a lovely offload and skipping away down the left-hand side. Tom Bateman on this occasion. And Hammerheads re-establish their 4-try advantage that they took into the break. Oh, so clinical, this Hammerhead side. Once you give them the penalty in a threatening position, they're always likely to create something with it. Bateman the beneficiary this time of some good support running. Once again, Beer looking to get up and disrupt, but it's put down, so the Saints will have possession. Into contact they go. Over is Christian Squire, but it's still with Saints instead. Cummings plays out wide. Svadoju with some great pace for a big man, but there's a lovely covering tackle in there. Up past the 10-metre. Tanner plays playmaker, and then chipped in behind on this occasion by Cummings. Well, Beer gets away from one. And picked quickly at the breakdown to get the play moving. They're out wide. Hammerheads, beautiful offload back inside, round the back. But Saints do force a line out. Well, the line out goes astray, and good ruck in there secures the ball for the Hammerheads. Back inside from the tie scorer, Bateman. Out the back door, doesn't go to plan. Picked off by Saints. Lovely offload. And they do go over for their second try. Tyrese Cummings on this occasion. And with the conversion added as well, once again they reduce the deficit, but they've still got some way to go. Well, kickoff to come from the Saints. Parked up on pitch side at the moment is our next game live view here on pitch 1. As well, we'll bring you back in a moment because it looks like the Hammerheads right off kickoff will have another try. Archie English with his second of the game. It's Shogun back in action up next against the other Saints side, the gold side as they're known. Shogun looking to top the group with a victory there against the gold side looking for their first win after they were fallen by the Rural Logistics Corps. Conversion as well puts the Hammerheads even further out in front. Kickoff to come. Elliot Bale back onto the field. Well, spilled from kickoff. Big opportunity then for Hammerhead to finish this game with a real flurry. Ripped in possession, though, by Tanner. And that will bring an end to the fixture. Well, Hammerheads went out in front early in this game. Although they were pegged back on a number of occasions by Saints in the second half, they never really had enough to overcome this talented Hammerheads team. Well, their closest rivals may well be in action next as the Shoguns take on Saints' other side in the men's open competition. Saints' second team entered into the competition. Well, if it is indeed the top 2 teams from each group who go through, then Saints will need a big win here against the Shoguns to progress. The Shoguns need just a single victory here to guarantee their place. They already beat the Raw Logistics Corps earlier today. That's how things stand in this group. And over securing possession is Ben Bernal to begin with. Wide pass on that occasion from Meyer, and suddenly they're in behind, and look at the rip-roaring pace down the left-hand side. In the blink of an eye, we will have the opening score. I believe it's Keelan Farrell of Brighton College who went roaring away. But a perfect start for the Shoguns, who wasted no time in getting themselves out in front with a full 7 to open up the scoring. Well, a great start then for the Shoguns. Finley Broomfield of Watsonians Rugby Club will look to shape the kick-off. There's plenty of men on that left-hand side who could compete. Up goes Bernal, but it's come back the Saints' way. Kind bounce of the ball, though, does not go the way of the black and gold. Instead, it's the Shoguns, and Bernal with a wide pass, just a little bit too much on it on this occasion. But how threatening do the Shoguns look in these early stages? Will be a line out for the Saints. Well, it's a loose line out, and it comes Mayer's way, who's into contact at first phase. Well, weaving their way through the defence on this occasion. Lovely stepping, blistering footwork, and the Shoguns have another. 14 on the board already. Just latching on to the mistake. If you give the Shoguns possession that deep in your own 22, you're always in trouble. On that occasion, Henry Toomer stepping his way out of trouble and beyond the white line. Broomfield to get us back underway. Up goes Bernal again, but this time it's fallen kindly for the Saints. Jordan with a lovely offload inside, bumping through the contact. Baxter there in support, but intercepted. And now the Shoguns will look to clear. And driven into touch. This time, Bradley Law, but Stu Jordan with an excellent breakaway, the number 27. But the Shoguns have gotten themselves out of trouble. Broomfield. Well, the lift was poor, and it's allowed Stu Jordan in behind. Little show and go. And Jordan will crash over for the Saints' first. Talk about being clinical in the game of 7, something that the Shoguns have been all day, but only the second time of asking, Saints have crashed over the white line through Stu Jordan on this occasion. And they will have a kickoff as well. Law. Well, Bernal was just getting lined up there, but he weathered the shot well and got the offload away to Meyer as well, who's up past the 10-metre. Quick ball for the Shoguns. Little switch inside, stripped in contact, but always backwards, so they wave play on. It's a good offload to get out of contact. Broomfield puts in the fend and is driven into touch. So the Saints will have it back. Good work from Cooper. Scrum them for the Saints. Who are certainly still in this game. Shoguns were playing with advantage actually, so it's their possession despite the good work from Saints in defence, and Broomfield does well to get it away. And with some great pace taking it to the line, that pass was just behind from Liam Lloyd. Onto the field comes Alex Garrett. And off comes the Kenyan Sevens player Derek Meyer. So the Saints have weathered the storm for the moment at least. Antonio Traffer will feed the scrum at 19 for the Saints. Very much still in this game, but we'll be keen to get on the board once more before half-time. Traffer with the feed. Law with a lofted pass. High press from the Shoguns, but exploited on this occasion by Louis Bounds. Law offering it up for Antonio Traffer, but this time handing it off instead. Intercepted by the Shoguns. They'll race away for another score. Keelan Farrell of Brighton College with his second of the day. And the Saints can feel aggrieved there. They set up a good attack. But once again, the Shoguns just pouncing upon the error, and on the stroke of half-time, as we could have seen the sides go in almost level, instead the Shoguns extended their advantage with an interception for Keelan Farrell's second try of the game. This result will consign the Saints Gold side to a second defeat if things stay how they are, and that will see them out of the competition. The Shoguns looking to top this group. Half time then, the Shoguns are out in front in the men's open at Chelmsford Rugby Club here in our first of 5 LIT7s competitions to come this summer 7th season. Back then for the second half, the Shoguns out in front, but not as comprehensively as you might expect. The favourites going into this game. This Saints side still has plenty to offer in the second half. Shoguns to get us underway. It's hooked high, but plucked out of the air on this occasion well by Durkin. Durkin on the ball once more. They're into the 15 channel. On the spin, Charlie Vendy. That's a loose pass, but Duncan's there to clean up, as is Turkin. Looking to put in the fend, but taken to ground. Counter ruck from the Shoguns, but possession still with Saints. Looking to get back to their feet. Well, they've got it to the widest man, but he's not in a position to really trouble this Shogun's defence. Ball put down, latched upon. The easiest try they will score today. Well, all they had to do was shepherd the Saints back into their 22. They were retreating all the time, and then, well, they have another right at the start of this second half. Letting their opposition do the work on this occasion. Alex Garrett, the try scorer. Jonathan Baxter, the captain, just asking for a little bit more energy from his team. And that kickoff's exactly what they needed. Away goes Stu Jordan to collect. Law with the tap and handing it off, and they're in support as well. Penalty goes against the Saints on this occasion. And the Shoguns back in possession. Garrett out the back door, lovely pass to free Burnell, who shakes off one. Broomfield. And lovely line, through the hole they go. Stepping inside and out, beautiful pace. The Shoguns have another score. And that may well have taken the game beyond the Saints. Keelan Farrell with a hat-trick in this game. Really impressive stuff from the young Brighton College player. Another contestable kickoff. Up goes Garrett, and it does fall the Shogun's way, but knock-on is the call. Scrum them for the Saints. Antonio Traffer with the feed. Penalty goes their way. Traffer with the quick tap. Oh, finds a bit of space in front of him and goes himself. Searching for support. Law is there. Jordan hands it off once again to Morrill. Jordan over the breakdown as well. And where's Law off to? Well, he's drawn the penalty as well and has the quick tap, but he is not on the mark, unfortunately. Morrill, Antonio Traffer. Cutting back against the grain, taking on two defenders, Charlie Vendry. Morrill. Jordan lined up well and forces the mistake as well. Now that's the definition of a hospital pass. And Garrett stepping off the right through the contact. Only one to beat, puts in the don't argue. And has another try on the board for the Shoguns. Alex Garrett Pressure on the field at half-time. Scores his second try. Well, this is certainly the Shogun's game to throw away at this point. They will be through to the latter stages of the competition. Up goes Morrill on the turn, driving beyond the 10 metre. Stu Jordan with the quick tap and from the pick and go, racing away. Lovely offload as well. And surely this will be another try for the Saints. Louis Bounds, the beneficiary of Stu Jordan's excellent work picking and going from the breakdown. Well, the Saints hang it up high. Stu Jordan's there to tap it back as well. And into contact. Down the short side, looking to catch the Shoguns unaware. And great pace injected into the attack at this point in time. Morrill picks a good line. Well, it's not clean ball at the breakdown by any means, and eventually knocks on there, and that will bring an end to this fixture. Well, a competitive performance from the Saints, but the Shoguns look the strongest of the sides in this group. And that brings an end to the pool stages of the men's open competition. So the other Saints side will be through to a semi-final where they'll take on this Shogun team, while the Hammerheads will take on the Royal Logistics Corps. Those games to happen later on in the afternoon. Up next here on Pitch 1, we return to the men's social competition as the outrageous Otters take on Lowfat Milk. We return to the men's social competition here as Lowfat Milk, who are currently second place in Group A, take on the outrageous Otters, who are still looking for their first win of the competition. Well, hacked clear on this occasion. What a lovely weaving run, chipped in behind and then intercepted. Well, once again it comes loose, in comes the big tackle, however, the referee will pull it back for the knock-on advantage. It's Lowfat Milk playing in the red from right to left against the outrageous Otters in the orange and black. And well, it's Lowfat Milk with the opening try as well. As I was just attempting to conjure up some information about the two teams, none available. But Lowfat Milk with a victory here are very likely to be in action later on. And it's been put down off the kickoff, unfortunately. So Lowfat Milk will have another opportunity to attack. Interesting kit design as well, with the letters instead of the numbers on the shirts. You've got to feel for the Harage and Dovercourt Hawks as well, who were scheduled to be on pitch one early today and missed out due to pitch delays. Another social side in this competition, but Lowfat Milk driving into contact. A real battle between attack and defence there as Lowfat Milk switched the direction of the attack. Cutting back against the grain. Good support play there. Back to the feet, driving ever closer to the line, shaking off one tackle, and there is another try. Well, a second try for Lowfat Milk, who are on the verge of running away from things here. But that kickoff just a touch too deep. Well, in this social of occasions. Frankie's joining me from the Harage and Dovercourt Hawks. Frankie, apologies we couldn't get your game on pitch 1, but we hope you're having a good time regardless.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for having me up here. I'm just happy to be here, man. Beautiful day of Rugby 7s, and it's just magical. Just magical.
It really is. And how have the Harage and Dovercourt Hawks fared so far? Good collection of players from the likes of Colchester Rugby Club as well, and a really good occasion. But how have the results been so far?
To be honest, if I could just describe it in a couple of words, is that we have flown through every single team, like a Hawk should do.
That's perfect, Frankie, and looking forward to the latter stages of the competition as well, as we have a look at the standings in the men's social competition. You're right at the top of Group B. We've seen Bit Wavy and LIT7s in action already, but what do you make of the competition so far in terms of quality?
To be honest, it's pretty easy to lay it out. A Hawk, he is the apex predator, and the Hawks are going to win.
Well, we are thankfully going to see the Hawks in action a little bit later if they can make it to the final of this competition, and it might well be the likes of Lowfat Milk that they have to contend with. Anga 7s also at the top of Group A, and that is a beautiful solo try to get Lowfat Milk on the board once again. Some finish that, Frankie.
Absolutely amazing.
Well, thank you very much for coming and have a chat with us, Frankie. We hope to see the Hawks in action a little bit later on as well.
Brilliant stuff. Just want to say thank you, Mum, and thank you, Dad.
Frankie, great to have you with us. That's Frankie from the Harage and Dovercourt Hawks, who are flying indeed at the top of Group B on 61 point difference with nothing but wins and a draw against Bit Wavy. So both of those sides likely to top that group. But at half-time at the moment here between Low-Fat Milk and the outrageous Otters, it's Low-Fat Milk who have taken a commanding lead into the break. We'll be back for the second half here with this men's social fixture very shortly.
Seriously, what are we doing about our balls? Because I'm getting beaten up.
Well, a kick-off once again put down by the Otters, so Low-Fat Milk in possession once again. Driving into contact. Otters are over the breakdown, looking to disrupt, and they have come away with it as well. There's the missed pass. It might still work for the Otters. Well, very honestly, stop play there as the ball went down. Referee looked keen to wave things on, but be a scrum once again for Low-Fat Milk. Scrum comes their way, and Low-Fat Milk look to take it down the blind side. Stopped on this right-hand tram line. Patient play from the side in control in this game. Looking to create a little show and go, and they have found a little gap in the Otters' defensive line. There's the big miss pass. The little goose step coming in there. It's a little effect, but they might have created an overlap. The beautiful show and go all the way around the world, and a lovely pass inside. Some serious flair on show, and then well, no try, because as they were put through in behind, the outrageous Otter defender just carried his man into touch. So looks like it's going to be a 22 dropout instead. Well, apologies for any language you may have overheard, but as is expected, the low-fat milk players really levelling it into the poor lad who was through in behind of that beautiful score and was carried out into touch. And as he was told, that's going to be on camera forever, I'm afraid. From the kickoff, though, the Otters come away with it. There's a big fend, just get away from two defenders. There's a lovely offload as well, and the Otters on the attack. Skipping away from 1 and 2. Finally brought down just outside the 22. Well, it's only 1 on 3 defenders there, so the Otters need to get close in support. There's the big miss pass, and suddenly there is an overlap. And into the corner, the Otters searching for a bit of green space, but some good defence from low-fat milk. Little show and go from the breakdown, inching ever closer. And then just fending his way through. Try given, to the jubilation of the Otters supporters on the touchline. Well, the game might be beyond them, but something for them to take away from their outing here at Chelmsford Rugby Club. Kick-off then for the Otters. Well, they've certainly stacked up the one side. Plenty of space over on the left, if low-fat milk can use it. Through the first defender. And they are down that left-hand side. Up to halfway. Well, it's been stripped in the tackle, so away come the Otters. Changing the direction of the attack. And then straight through the centre. A barnstorming run. Good covering tackle. And a good clean pickup off the deck as well. There's the offload. There's the show and go. And then chipped into the corner. A race on here. Low-fat milk will just about win as they usher it out of play. Well, low-fat milk do have possession from the scrum as the kick went dead, and they've skipped away from the first defender, but a good covering tackle. Still low-fat milk in possession at first receiver. Little goose step to get them going, and there's an overlap here. All the way wide and in behind, and surely now they'll have another score to seal the game. He seems especially pleased with that one. Just about makes it over the posts for the 2 points extra. Well, a win for Lowfat Milk secures them their place into the latter stages of the social competition. And a game played in the real spirit of Rugby 7s, you feel. A really sociable outing here at Chelmsford in our first of 5 LIT7s events, of course, not including the big event on the 25th of May in London as well. Well, up next over on pitch 1 as we approach 20 to 2 here in Chelmsford. It's Fine Rugby Now's women's team taking on the hosts in Chelmsford Rugby Club. Well, it will be Fine Rugby now with the kickoff, of course, coached by Tamara Taylor, the World Cup winner. Well, we saw them in action earlier on where they faced the Hammerheads, a very impressive Hammerhead side, who they're unfortunately unable to overcome, but in action here against the hosts, who also fell in the latter stages to Storm 7s, the Kent-based side. It's a penalty in the early stages of this game at least. For Fine Rugby now, and they're darting down the left-hand side and looking for the first score. Well, shaped up to pass, but instead Hurenkamp is the try scorer in the early stages. Well, you'd imagine that Fine Rugby now would certainly like to be one of the top 2 teams in this group. Runners up in the LIT7s last year, of course. And this result would see them through after they beat Storm 7s earlier today. Well, from the kickoff, it's come their way once more. Well, great line of running on this occasion from McCutcheon. And she might go all the way, putting in the fend. Well, great physicality on this occasion from Lycia McCutcheon, and she scores. Fine Rugby now second in quick succession. Well, an excellent effort at the conversion from Billy Ray Smallman, but no luck on this occasion. Harvey with a deeper kickoff on this occasion. And the chase is on as the ball is loose, but regathered. Carried into contact by Nevitt. Now the quick tap, penalty went Chelmsford's way. And they will get a scrum this time from a knock-on at the breakdown. A good attempt at a turnover, but not able on this occasion to win back possession. So scrum for Chelmsford ladies. That's the captain, Ella Alderman, at number 5. Score of an excellent solo try in their first outing on pitch 1. Let's see if they can create something. Hemmed in their own first half by Fine Rugby now so far. Well, it spits out of the breakdown, and the first to latch upon it on this occasion is Fine Rugby now's Billy Ray Smallman. Just knocked on at the very last. The crunching tackle comes in there. We'll come back for the scrum, but great pressure from Billy Ray Smallman. Well, it's another advantage for Chelmsford ladies in this occasion, but they're carrying it short and direct. And over the ball once again go Fine Rugby now. On this occasion, it's a penalty. And now they're in a really threatening position. Florence Webb with the tap. McCutcheon driving in and scything through the defence for her second try. Well, it's been a pretty blistering start for Fine Rugby now. Kick-off on this occasion by Billy Ray Smallman. And a good take by Chelmsford ladies. That's a good line through the centre as well. And suddenly they're rolling on. Excellent line picked out on this occasion by And unfortunately, the ball was spilt, but only ever backwards. Matthews. Alderman. Alderman picks out another good line. And here's Hockey. Chloe Hockey just spilt in the tackle, unfortunately. So trying our Rugby break away with good hands through Bevan. And Wilkins into the outside channel. Wilkins, well, it's a race to the line now that Wilkins will surely win. And how clinically have Fine Rugby now been in this game? They've got another try. Well, as the Hammerheads women's side have already shown, they are a serious force to be reckoned with, but we'll see what Fine Rugby now will have to offer as they, you'd imagine, face off later in the women's final. Fine Rugby now are well out in front as we head into half-time. Impressive performance from them as they are looking for their second win of the LIT7s here at Chelmsford Rugby Football Club. We'll be back for the second half in just a moment's time. Well, it's the second half to come here, and Fine Rugby now are a long way out in front. They were really impressive in that first half, and they look to start the brightest here as well. Carmen Daughtry hands it off. Great run from her to find Wilkins. And Wilkins finds Daughtry again, who will dot down for the first try of the second half. Well, Try Rugby now, it seems, will be in action afterwards as well, as they've entered both the social and the open today. So their men's side will be back in action after this. And so far it's been pretty conclusive that Fine Rugby now are the best team in this game. Smallman with the kickoff, taken well, and it will be loose at the breakdown. Free ball latched upon by Snaith. Good pass from Bevan, and cutting back against the grain with some pace. Try Rugby now on a thunderous run on this occasion. It's Byrne who hands it off. A good pass to find Wilkins, who will score yet another for Fine Rugby now. Well, let's talk through how the afternoon looks here at the first of the 5 LIT7s events. We've got a few more games in the men's social before at 2:20 it's the first of the men's open semi-finals, where the Hammerheads will take on the Raw Logistics Corps. Shogun Rugby take on Saints Black on the other side of things. And then, well, it's the women's final. The first team in Group A against the second team in Group A, which will likely be a repeat of our earlier fixture, Hammerheads taking on Try Rugby now before the men's social final and then the men's open final at 3:20. The men's social final being just the top 2 groups from those pools. That's live for you at 3 o'clock. Scrum at the moment, however, for Chelmsford ladies. Just spilt at first receiver and then hacked clear. But it will fall kindly for Find Rugby now. Smallman through the first couple of tackles and does well to find an offload. Bevan gives it outright. Wilkins for a hat-trick. Instead, hands it off once more. And Williams will score. Unselfish from Wilkins on a hat-trick. Kick-off to come once more from Fine Rugby now. Charlotte Harvey, the captain. But it's been reclaimed by the hosts, Chelmsford ladies. Driving up through the centre on this occasion. Fine Rugby now over the ball, but penalty goes the way of the pink and blue on this occasion. There's numbers up on this left-hand side. It's a lovely offload through the contact, but just spilt, unfortunately, by the captain, Ella Alderman. So we'll come back for a scrum. Scrum for Fine Rugby now. It's a real battle down there, but it's Fine Rugby now who come away with it. Good leg drive through the contact on that occasion by Daughtry, but Ella Alderman, the captain of Chelmsford, back in to steal it. Direct running. Mary Wells, and a slow breakdown. Taken well off first receiver by Nevitt. Penalty goes their way. In from the breakdown at the side. And Harry Wells tapped it away from the mark, unfortunately. There's the tap. Matthews hands it off to Wells. Lovely work through the hands and then a beautiful line. Great covering tackle. And then just spilt by the player in support, unfortunately. And that will be the last action of the game. A comprehensive victory for Find Rugby now, who will be through to the final women's game of the day, where they must take on Hammerheads once more. Well, our next game then at 2 o'clock here at Chelmsford Rugby Club. It's Find Rugby now back in on your screens, but this time in the men's social, where they will take on the Anga Knights. competition as the Anga Knights, Anga's second team in this competition, take on Find Rugby Now, who have entered the social competition as well as the open one. And from kickoff, it will be Anga who have possession back following a knock-on. Well, it's been a free kick given from the scrum. Anga tried to tap quickly, but brought back. Now the tap from Anga, well, pulled back by the referee a second time. Finally, Roland Hill is able to get us underway. Jacob chips it in behind. And Jacob is on the charge. But it's been regathered on this occasion by Fine Rugby Now, who are suddenly breaking themselves. There's an offload inside, and it's Ashley Williams. Ashley Williams with one man to beat. He gets on the outside. Putting in the fend, Williams for the corner, dots it down. A great solo effort to put Fine Rugby Now out in front. And from the conversion as well, it's wide. So it will be a kick-off then to be taken by Fine Rugby Now. Anga are just discussing the real socialness of this social team, of course. They weren't originally designed to be in the social competition at all. There's a teasing kickoff left for touch. And of course, there is a smattering of players from the open side as well. Line out then for the Anga Knights. Well, it's gone loose and it's come the way of Fine Rugby Now instead. Direct running on this occasion. Penalty goes against the Knights. Quick tap by Daniel Miller. And right through the hole Miller goes, and that's another score for Fine Rugby Now. Yeah, I'd love it. Do you want to bring someone on the as well? Could you make a list of the names and the right numbers? Is that right? Yeah, it's fine. I might have to send you on your phone. That's fine. Oh, no, I've got no. No, text it to me. Text me first. Okay, I'll text you. Also, may I possibly maybe uplift home? Yeah. Is that really weird? Is that alright? Thank you so much. I'm going after our final. There's only one game after that. It's the main final. So I'll be done by like 20 to 4. And then if I'm not, you just go. But thank you. Oh my god, thank you, mate. Awesome. Yeah, so just text me a list, names and numbers. Yeah, I'll do it now. And if there isn't one today who wants to come co-coms, that'd be fun. Just say, no, don't matter. Really doesn't matter. Well, it's the Anga Knights again, still in action here against Fine Rugby Now. Looking to take him on the outside. Lovely pass, and that will put them into the corner. Just bursting through the tackles. And it's another try for Fine Rugby Now. Fine Rugby now then with another kick-off. Well, a bit of a mix-up there with the Anga Knights. Eventually it does come their way, but a knock-on is the call. Scrum then to be fed by Miller. Good at first receiver, poised to collect. But Miller goes himself, knocked on, forced by Anga Knights. We'll come back with a scrum. Not long now until we head into crunch time at the first edition of the LIT7s here at Chelmsford Rugby Club. Over the ball go Fine Rugby now, but the Anga Knights do come away with it. And looking to take him on in that wide channel, but a great tackle dislodges possession. Half time then between the Anga Knights and Fine Rugby now. Fine Rugby well out in front, although neither of these sides will be topping the group. It will be Anga 7s in their first team formation up against Harage and Dovercourt Hawks in the final of the men's social competition. That will be live on Pitch 1 later on this afternoon. Up next here on Pitch 1, the semi-final of the men's open as the Hammerheads take on the Royal Logistic Corps Titans. Fine Rugby now to kick off. An excellent take off the kick-off for the Anga Knights. Ball inside, and well, it's gone loose. So now Good latches onto it. Little show and go. Good with a goose step. Look at him go. He will score the first try of this second half. Well, it was a lovely finish by Good, stepping left and right on the inside. But the Anga Knights, who have yet to get a point on the board here at Chelmsford, are staring down the barrel of another defeat, it seems. Well, it's kicked deep on this occasion. It might roll all the way dead. And that will be a free kick for the Anga Knights on halfway. Well, some lovely footwork into the contact there. And the offload to boot. And a high tackle is the call. Penalty for the Anga Knights. Well, down he goes into contact on this occasion. Little show and go. And another. Bit of pinball on the floor there. And a knock on is the eventual call.
Sorry, Anga, are you guys in the final against HD? Could you maybe make a slightly more accurate team sheet that I could use for that game? Because I don't know how spot on your one was for your last game.
What have you got on right now, dude? Most of them have got numbers as well.
Is that your team sheet?
No, it's Otter.
Oh, is that on? Right, okay, that's my bad. Okay.
I'll give you all the numbers there if you want.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. Because you just
Blown under the radar. The longer one there is that nice.
This is the night, so yeah. I mean, if you don't have a problem with rewriting it, do you have any good at rewriting it?
Yeah, that's fine.
Just with names and numbers. If you go under relevant honours, just put your names there, and then put numbers in the numbers bit. Do you know?
Just remember number one. Yeah, I can't.
Yeah,
I'll
cheers.
figure all this out.
Yeah, that's fine. And then if you put the names on the other side, and then just the numbers next to it, that'd be great. Thank you so much, mate.
Another try in the interim while I was just squaring away a team sheet for the final, of course, which will be Anga against Harage and Dovercourt Hawks, as that kick does not find its intended target. The Anga Knights would love to take a try away from this game against the Find Rugby now, even if it is a rotated team. That's a lovely inside line, and then chipped forward. Stepping through the contact and breaking away. Ratu Malakai Leiloma will go all the way. Another score for Find Rugby now. Another kick into touch, so it will be a line out for the Anga Knights. Well, another try running in here for Fine Rugby now. If you're wondering why there's a slight break in the commentary, it's just squaring away a number of team sheets ahead of the big finals. Of course, this game, a dead ringer in all things considered, but a win for Fine Rugby now. We move on to the men's open semi-finals. On this pitch, it's the Hammerheads. Can anyone stop them? We'll see how the Royal Logistics Core Titans will get on. That's the next game live from pitch 1 here at the LIT7s, Chelmsford Rugby Football Club. Semi-final time here at the first edition of the LIT7s, here at the Chelmsford Rugby Club. It's the Hammerheads who have looked in fine fettle all day so far. They take on the Royal Logistics Core. And it's an excellent take off the kickoff, and Beer could be away in the corner. What a perfect start for the Hammerheads. A great take off the kickoff from Jacob Denane, and Louis Beer opens the scoring. The Caldy Rugby Club man in the championship, of course. It's a fast start. Oh, an excellent conversion as well off that far wing from Elliot Bale. Interesting to see what decisions they make surrounding the kit if Samurai and Shoguns both make it to the final. Bale for now. Kicks it into that far channel, once again searching for the same man, but this time it's been plucked out of the sky by a Royal Logistics Core Titan before the ball went down, and Beer comes away with it. Lovely out the back offload to keep the attack alive, and here is Christie once again, or Christian Squire. He's got a man outside him in Bateman. Bateman goes himself, but just about ushered into touch. Line out then for the Royal Logistics Core Titans. They've won the line out on the wraparound, looking to exit from deep inside their 22. And there's the Fen to see off Beer, the try scorer. So now they might be in behind. Another big Fen from the Titans. Lifted to keep the move flowing. Looking to chip it in behind, but Squire's there. And suddenly there's a 2-on-1. Bale gives the pass and Bateman's away into the corner. The foot race is on. But it'll be won by Tom Bateman. And all of a sudden the Hammerheads go 2 tries in front. Well, is anyone going to be able to contain this incredibly talented Hammerhead side, for the moment at least? They have stretched their lead further out in front. Bateman gets the try. He was denied just a few moments ago down the left-hand side. Got a bit of a break in play while they're trying to collect the ball from the kickoff. Hopefully we'll be underway soon. No luck from the conversion despite the delay, so it'll be the Hammerheads to get us back underway, and it will be Elliot Bale with the kickoff as well. Well, a clean take off the kickoff under a lot of pressure. There's the big miss pass as well to open up the attack, and bursting through the first tackle. Lovely offload inside. Wrapping them up on this occasion is Tayed's there. It looks like they may have turned it over as well. What a physical collision that is in midfield by Van Cork. Penalty goes the Hammerheads' ways. Long lofted pass, doesn't go to hand. Well, picked off, an interception in midfield. Oh, this game has just started to bubble over in the last few minutes, getting a little bit frantic on both sides. But there's some lovely footwork and a high tackle, so a bit of respite. Well, bursting through the tackles once again. There's the big don't argue. Hammerheads over the ball, but not cleanly enough for the referee. Stepping back inside, looking to free the hands, but the ball goes to ground instead. So at the moment at least, the Hammerheads have escaped unscathed. Scrum then for the Hammerheads, deep in their own 22. I want to get out of here in a hurry. Free kick, the easiest way to do so, and now free ball to play with. There's the pass inside, and a good fend as well. Josh Christie, oh, a little bit of afters there. And then, well... Well, it looks like the Logistics Corps may have scored in the aftermath there, but Christie hanging around with his opposite man a little bit too aggressively. We'll wait and see what the referee's decision is. Christie certainly felt aggrieved by something, and then a rather egregious response. So we'll come back for a scrum. And there'll be nothing of it for the moment. So a scrum down in a dangerous position for the Titans. Free kick. Hammerheads escape again, and they'll lose another 10 yards as well. And it's going to be a yellow card for dissent in this occasion. So the Titans just letting things slip a little bit discipline-wise. They could have had a try there. Instead, it was back for a scrum. And now they're down to 6, already trailing. Some great power and pace injected into the attack by Vunivainen, and then the offload as well. And suddenly it's a race to the line. Van Cork brushes off the last defender. Well, half-time then, as things threaten to get away from the referee a touch. Instead, yellow card was brandished for dissent, and the Hammerheads promptly went down the other end to score another. So the game might be on the Titans here. They've got to produce something very special in the second half if they want to challenge this Hammerhead side. They've got 1 foot into the final here at Chelmsford Rugby Club in the first edition of this summer's LIT7 series. Second half to come then, and the Royal Logistics Corps Titans will be kicking off. They trail by 3 tries in this semi-final. They'll play either the Shoguns or the Saints in the final here at 20 past 3. Lovely footwork to begin with, but it's just been put down by Christie. So it's a good opportunity then for the Titans to get a foothold in this game. Scrum then for the Titans. And it's a clean ball for them to play with. Stepping off the left and then a little switch on the inside. Lovely offloading through the contact, but Van Cork put in the big shot and a couple of knock-ons there. The first one by the Titans. So good defence by the Hammerheads. So as we said, the women's final is on after this. It'll be the Hammerheads back in action. After that, it will be the social final. A highly anticipated game between Anga and Harage and Dover Court. And then it's the big one. The Shoguns, the likely team to come out the other semi-final up against the Hammerheads. If the Hammerheads can hold out here. Vunivaala with the feed, and then it's come Bale's way, and then this is an excellent run from Van Cork, who eventually draws the high tackle as well. Vunivaala again with it. Bale looks to chip it cross field, beautifully weighted and well taken by Christie. He's just going to take on his man on the outside and put in the fend. And puts in the don't argue not once but twice, and then shakes off his man. And Josh Christie will go over for a deciding score that may well take the game beyond the Titans. And what a finish. Fended off his man once, twice, and then put him to deck. And, well, Christie's off the field. They know they've got another game coming if they can hold on from here, which you'd think is most likely. Kickoff then, once again from Bale. He's been very impressive in this game. Great crossfield kick to set up Christie. Well, it's an excellent take from Beer, stepping off the right. And Louis Beer will go all the way. Oh, flattened in the contact. Quick tap from Beer, who looks to dive over the line, but it said it will be a card for a high tackle. High tackle and a yellow card. Vunivaala keeping the ball alive. Well, good release from Bale, who's back to his feet. Another high tackle. Under real pressure now. Vunivaala takes it to the line himself and frees the hands. Intercepts on this occasion, but a penalty advantage. Stepping off the right and the left and going all the way. The acrobatic tumble, but touchdown at the very last. And that'll seal it and put the icing on the cake as well for the Hammerhead Sevens, who are through to the final. Archie English to take the kick-off. Bale's job is done for this game at least. It's a lovely weighted kick, and Beer hits it on the volley and forces the knock-on as well. But the first knock-on off the knee from Beer. Scrum them for the Titans. And this isn't really the time for them to get bogged down at the set piece. Well, over on the other pitch, the Shoguns have just scored another, so it might be them who are meeting Hammerheads in the finals. On the wraparound, though, the Titans for now on the attack. And they find their widest player. And just rolling through the contact. Lovely work, still going. And then, well, almost out of nowhere, Bateman chops his man. And it'll be a scrum for the Hammerheads. Scrum them for Hammerheads. Way out in front here. Well, it pops up unkindly and it will be chipped forward by the Titans. And there's a race onto the line here. Bateman's there, but who got there first? Well, try given in the end. So the Titans do have another one on the board. But might not be enough to turn the tide of things here. Short kickoff on this occasion, well gathered. And through the hole they go, lovely step. And some good offloads in there as well. Out the back door this time, and then picked up and intercepted. And away goes Junior Dye. And that will surely be the end of things here. Just latched onto the intercept and went all the way through to leave a final mark on this fixture, and they are into the final, the Hammerheads. They will play either the Shoguns or LIT7s in that final. But for now, it's the final women's game of our first edition of the LIT7s this summer, as the Hammerheads are in action. And they take on LIT's very own Fine Rugby now. We'll be back very shortly for the women's final here.
Sorry, could you grab someone from your men's team, please?
just to get their team sheet done.
Oh, right.
That's all. Thank you, though. A deep kick-off then from Find Rugby now, who are in the final here, up against the Hammerheads, a very impressive side who's already beaten them today. But these the top two women across the group, so back in action here. And we'll see what Kieran Leeson's side has to offer. A hint of a knock-on there in the tackle, but play waved on, and then look at the pace taken to the line by Sammy Harris. Driving through the contacts, up to halfway. Kira Deeks plays 9 on this occasion. And then a bit of space on that left-hand side. Plenty of it for the Hammerheads to stroll in for an early opening try. Well, we've already seen what happens if this Hammerhead women's team gets themselves rolling. They've been a really impressive outfit. On this occasion, Abby Evans, the scorer of Great Britain, Scotland as well at the Sevens, and also represents Saracens. A serious standard of player. But what can Tamara Taylor's Fine Rugby Now team offer in response? Well, it's just stopped off the kickoff, coolly enough, and then driven through the contact. It's a lovely missed pass, but just beyond the last player and into touch. Ambitious stuff. It's what you need to see in a final, but just beyond Zoe Snaith. So a line out once again for the Hammerheads to take. Deeks goes long. Good movement at the line out. And on the wraparound, Gallagher hands it off into that wide channel for Harris once more, and Harris will go roaring away. Oh, great effort on the tackle, but Harris with so much left in the tank, even after a long day of competitive sevens. And in the blink of an eye, the Hammerheads are 2 tries up and are threatening to take this game beyond Fine Rugby Now in these early stages. Excellent conversion as well. And it will be once again the Hammerhead Sevens women's side to kick off. Deeks to kick off in these early stages in which the Hammerheads already lead by 2. It's a beautifully weighted kick, but the bounce just didn't fall kindly, but it's been offloaded to Evans, who hands it off once more, and then looking in behind is Laurie on this occasion, but into touch. Found some good space on that right-hand side to Carol and Laurie. Line out then for Fine Rugby Now, who are searching for a foothold in this game. And they've copied the same line out as the Hammerheads, and it's been equally as successful. Claire Phelps, the vice-captain, did get the offload away to Daughtry there, but away comes Evans. How clinical. Once again, the Hammerheads pouncing on errors, as their men's side has done all day as well, and Abby Evans has her second try. Once again chipped short, but well taken by Phelps. Assesses her options. The pass is loose, but well gathered in the end and driven on by Charlotte Byrne. Picked at the base by Daughtry. Offside is the call. Quick tack from Byrne. Another offload. A good pickup from Bevan. Looks to get a pass away, but it's been intercepted. And Harris into contact. Edge is the call from the sideline. And here is Evans. Draw and give, and suddenly they're in behind. There's the big don't argue, and through the Hammerheads go for yet another score. Caroline Laurie this time, a deserved scorer through her hard work so far in this game. And that will be her final interaction of this game, for the moment at least. Onto the field is Eva Sterrett to replace her. Well, halfway through this first half, and well, things might already be on Find Rugby now. It's a very talented Hammerhead side, and that's a beautiful kickoff as well. Regathered by Hanny. And Deeks, with a lovely step off the right, still going. Evans, one more out wide to Sterrett, and she'll go over. Well, she came on to replace Carolyn Lolly, and she's done exactly the same finish there. Put into the corner by Abby Evans. And it's another on the board for Hammerheads. Well, they've just been a level above everyone else so far today. And that means that going into the break, they have a substantial advantage. We'll see what Fine Rugby now have to offer in the second half, as Hammerheads look to have at least one hand on the trophy already here in Chelmsford. We'll be back for the second half in just a few moments' time, live here at the LIT7 series. Second half to come then in the final women's game here at Chelmsford Rugby Club between Hammerhead and Find Rugby now. And Hammerhead are well out in front. You expect more of the same here. There comes the big handoff from Izzy Hanny. And Hanny might be through here. And she will score the first try of the second half. They might be losing count out there, Hammerhead, but they have got another one on the board. Well, it's another score. Lovely finish by Izzy Hanny. And she'll be leaving the field as well. Conclusively happy with the job that she's done. Taken out of the air this time by Fine Rugby now, and the captain Charlotte Harvey, who goes into contact. Bevan on the turn, does get the ball away well. Out the back door to find Bevan once again, but there's two Hammerheads for company. And now they stack up that left-hand side, searching for some space, looking to chip it in behind, but it's fallen to a Hammerhead player, and here is Evans on the outside. Too much pace. International 7-star. I just had a little schedule update for you in the interim there. It will be 3 more games to come after this. There's a social plate final, which will be Find Rugby now up against Lowfat Milk, and then the heavily anticipated men's social final, Harage and Dovercourt Hawks taking on Anga before the cup final. Those games still to come here at Chelmsford Rugby Football Club. For now, though, it's the women's team of Fine Rugby now looking to offer something against this impressive Hammerhead side, and they've cleared it in behind, but cleanly taken by Sophie Shems, and Shems beats the first defender as well, and Shems with the fend away from the second. There's some tired legs out there, but back to make the tackle on this occasion is Zoe Snaith. Chloe Williams unlucky not to get the turnover. So Abby Evans will take the tap. And then hit crossfield by Gallagher. What a beautifully weighted kick that is. And it will be a Hammerhead who gets there first. And touchdown to boot. A lovely weighted kick there from Gallagher. It's yet another try on the board for Hammerheads. Right, so a little show and go to get things start rolling for Fine Rugby now. And then the short line picked out by Phelps, just spilt unfortunately there, so we'll be back for a scrum. Scrum then for Hammerheads. To be fed by Peters. Quick hands, but behind any of the supporting players. It's back with Harris, and Harris almost breaking through. Good counter ruck from Fine Rugby now, but a lovely pill to find Sophie Shems. And a scything run from Caroline Laurie on this occasion, and now Harris might be in behind. Harris says, well, there's just the sweep of the beat. And it's yet another try by the Hammerheads, who have been relentless this afternoon. Well, the final whistle goes, and it's a comprehensive victory for the Hammerheads, who have been the standout side here in the women's competition by some margin. It'll be interesting to see if anyone on the LIT7s tour can challenge a side of this serious quality. Well, that will bring an end to the women's competition today. We'll move on to the men's social plate final, where Fine Rugby now will be taking on Lowfat Milk as the second place teams from the two social groups. That's next here at the LIT7s at Chelmsford Rugby Club. Well, Fine Rugby now, of course, entered into both the social and the open in order to fulfill numbers, and that's led them here to the social plate final for the two best second place teams. Of course, we've already seen Lowfat Milk here today in a victory against the Otters earlier. And Fine Rugby now will be hoping to go home with some silverware here at the Chelmsford Rugby Club. Well, it's a lovely short line out into the hands of Paul Bortnowski, who's driving down the touchline. Having to dial out of a phone box to get out of trouble. It's a barnstorming run, searching for offloads. Here is Malachi Leiloma going himself. Lovely footwork. And Ratu Malachi Leiloma goes over in the end and opens the scoring for Fine Rugby now. A fast start for LIT7's very own. Kick-off to come then. Oh, Matthew Taroka. Well, it's hung high and it's just caught the touchline. TJ Ajuchi was the closest there. But in the end, it's a line out that goes the way of Lowfat Milk here. Well, it's tapped back the way of Fine Rugby now, but then rolled into touch, so they'll have another go. Well, all the way they could go here, Lowfat Milk, against perhaps the run of play, but the offload has gone forward. We'll come back for a high tackle. There's Lowfat Milk even, this social side, who are up against it against a strong team in Fine Rugby now, and that lofted ball wide has only found the touchline. Well, breaking down the short side is Fine Rugby now, who've got a real race to the line. And, well, he thought he might be caught, so he went to kick it ahead, but a foot in touch there. I mean, Lowfat Milk will have possession once more. Well, the line out was Lowfat Milks, and it has come their way. Running a little bit laterally at the moment. That's a loose ball. Hunted down behind the gain line by Fine Rugby now. Across this time comes Bortnowski to make the tackle. And Bortnowski's come away with it at the breakdown as well. Taroka hands it off. Through the centre goes Malachi Leiloma for another try. Converted to boot, and Fine Rugby now go further out in front. Taroka with the kickoff, and there's plenty there. Well, it's gone forward off a green hand there, so it will be Lowfat Milk in possession from the scrum. Strong counter scrum. And Fine Rugby now do come away with it. Trying to bump off the defender is Malachi Loma. It's come to Ojuchi. And he's ushered into touch on this occasion. A quick line out, but not to the referee's liking. Line out then for Lowfat Milk. In a perilous position though. Well, it's just rocketed off the red hand and backwards though, so Lowfat Milk looking to break. Hints of a high tackle there, and the penalty is given. Advantage it is. And they'll come back for the penalty. Tap and go from their 22. And just chipped in behind. What's a lovely weighted kick as well, and it does come Lowfat Milk's way on the turn. There's the offload. They're up over halfway. There's plenty in pursuit. But the foot race will be won by the men in red. They've touched down to score here. It's a great try. A beautifully weighted kick. Bounced nicely on the turn. A good offload as well. Textbook sevens from Lowfat Milk. Well, half-time then here in this plate final, and as expected, Fine Rugby now are out in front, but Lowfat Milk towards the end of that first half showed that they do absolutely have something left to offer this game, so we'll await the second half. Kickoff to come then from Lowfat Milk. It's hooked high, but it might not reach the 10. So we'll be back for a free kick for Fine Rugby now. Quick tap on this occasion from Malachi Leiloma, who saunters through like a knife through butter. And the simplest of scores for Fine Rugby now, right at the beginning of this second half. Another short kickoff that's contestable, and it comes backwards off a red hand and then into an offside there, so there will be a penalty. Quick tap as well. Lofted inside. And then a little bit of green grass to run into down the left-hand tram line. No tackle, so back to his feet. The low-fat milkman. Almost an interception, but instead, once again, looking for a bit of space in the wide channel. Interception picked off by Tarocca. But it takes a couple of red shirts to usher him into touch. Quick line out as well. Some good footwork in there. And the offload too, always backwards. Well, the referee gives the knock on, so scrum down for Fine Rugby now. Oh, well, as quickly as that, Ratu Malakai Loma from the scrum darts down the short side and scores yet another try. What a player to be part of this social competition, must be said. Well, it will be a kickoff then for Tarocca to take. Ashley Williams on the field at 15, but it's short instead. Regathered by Low Fat Milk. And the take on their man on that wide channel. It's lovely footwork to get into the space, but then shepherded into touch. So it will be a line out instead for Fine Rugby now. Disruptive line out, but Ashley Williams comes away with it, finds a good offload. Little show and go from Malakai Loma. And he's still stepping through the contact. He is having fun out there. This time he gives the ball to Tarocca. Tarocca looks for the switch inside, put down. So instead, Low Fat Milk play away and almost break away. Good covering tackle on this occasion. So we'll come back for the knock on. Scrum then to be fed by Massey of Fine Rugby now. And he hands it back in 5 to Tarocca. Offload away and suddenly they are in behind. And it'll be another try for Fine Rugby now. Well, Junior Delhi off the field after setting up that try. On comes Ollie Drew. Ben Good also onto the field. Reese Morton shaping to take the kick-off. Well, it's straight out of the field at least, with at least a bounce, so it will be a line out. It will be line out that Lowfat Milk will throw in. Picked off on this occasion by Morton. Just been put down in the midfield, unfortunately, though, so that will bring an end to this fixture. And in the placement matches towards the end of the day here, Fine Rugby now will take the plates in the social competition. Up next, the hotly anticipated men's social final as the Harage and Dovercourt Hawks take on Ongley Rugby Club. Anga, that is up next, live here at Chelmsford Rugby Club at the first edition of the LIT7s. Well, we're into our penultimate game here at Chelmsford Rugby Club. It's Anga7s taking on the H&D Hawks, and Frankie's back alongside with me. You must be buzzing for this final.
I'm absolutely excited here.
being a former player of the Hawks, it's brilliant to watch us play in the final, and I'm buzzing to see what we produce. And Sterry.
Well, it might be Sterry breaking away for the opening try. Andrew Sterry, the number 99. Little out the back door from Cian Rothwell to set him up on his way. And it's the perfect start for the H&D Hawks, who have, as you were saying earlier, Frankie, bulldozed your way through the competition so far.
Yes, we have. And just like Sterry there, he has gone all the way. All the way.
Well, it's a great try and a good start against this Anga side, who have got two teams in the competition, of course. The Anga Knights we saw up against Fine Rugby now, which was Anga's second team against one of the best teams in the competition. It was it was a tough watch at times, but this is a much stronger Anga team, and they topped their men's social group as well, reasonably comfortably above Lowfat Milk, who've just seen in action once more. But it will be kick-off by Sam Slatter, and the kick-off did not make 10, so a big chance then for Anga. There's the tap from Gad, and stepping left and right, Gissy, but it's a great tackle on this occasion. Interception by Tillett, and then Slatter, Rothwell, lovely hands to keep the ball alive. Through the contact with the fend. Cian Rothwell back to Nime. Slatter in his usual position at fly half. Tillett. One more ball wide, but the pass is put down, so it will be a scrum. But Frankie, the quick hands across the face of the defence. It's looking pretty sharp at the moment.
It is George who just dropped the ball earlier there. He is usually one of the wild cards for this team. He produces some of the best plays that our Hawks have produced in a long time.
We'll see what kind of difference George Liversidge can make as the game progresses. Brad Duran out there with no number on. It will be a scrum to be fed by Anga to begin with here. Good counter drive, however. But Gad still just about comes away with it. It's a loose pass in midfield. Latched upon by Kerwin, who hands it off to Gad on the wraparound, and suddenly they might be on the outside. There's the fend, but across come the blue and white shirts. It's a bit messy at the breakdown. It could go either way, but it has come back the way of the H&D Hawks. Here's Liversidge with a missed pass. Cian Rothwell on the outside. He'll look to go direct. Good offload. And a lovely line picked out, but in came the tackle to disrupt. Chip in behind on this occasion. Durant on the chase. And it just stays with Gad by the tips of his fingers. So we're back for a scrum and a promising position for the H&D Hawks.
It is so far. It's a pretty interesting game. There's a lot of magic going around from both teams here. Anga are pretty hard applying the pressure on the Hawks, but the Hawks never give up.
Well, they currently hold the lead, but as we've seen already, Anga look pretty dangerous on the counter. But it will be a scrum for the H&D Hawks to be fed by Will Tillett. And Tillett takes it to the line. Little switch inside on this occasion to find Johnson. Johnson is all wrapped up over the ball go Anga. And it's been turned over as well. Freddie Matthews comes away with it, and Matthews is away down the left-hand side with just Johnson to beat. Matthews still going. Johnson makes the tackle, and Matthews back to his feet, but the ball is dislodged. It's always backwards, so Anga still have it, but there's a foot in touch. And that is some seriously good defence. What a moment that is. Almost certainly a try, but great defensive work.
So far, pretty good. I think we might come out on top of this one. I might be pulling the gun here early, and I know
it's a big call so early in the game, but with defensive work like that from Johnson, who's now left the field. Well, pretty impressive stuff. Cian Rothwell with a long line out, and H&D have Gad for company, but it's back with Rothwell, with leg driving through the contact. And Tillett, Sam Slatter, all the way into the wide channel they go. And once again, it's with the try scorer, Sterry. And Sterry cutting in on the inside. dropped on the 10 metre. Slatter, quick ball, till it. Lovely inside ball, and they could be away here. And the H&D Hawks will be in for a second. Well, Joe Flexman with the try. And it's an excellent score. They really just turned on the afterburners where they needed to there, Frankie.
They did. Joe Flexman is possibly one of the biggest players on our team today, and he is absolutely rapid.
Well, speed really does kill in the game of sevens, and he's shown it there. The conversion to boot as well, and that will be Flexman's final contribution for the moment, at least, as he leaves the field. Well, it's a blistering start to this final. Anga thought they could have been in the corner, but denied with a try-saving tackle from Johnson, and now Slatter will hook another one high into the overcast sky. Well, it's competitive, but it's backwards off an Anga hand and then chipped beyond by Ben Cranwell. We'll come back for a knock-on by a H&D Hawk. Scrum then for Anga. One more game to come, of course, after this, and it's the men's open final. Spits out the back and comes Anga's way. What can they create? Well, it's been put down. And that will bring an end to the first half. An impressive first half for the H&D Hawks. Overall, you've got to be pretty happy with what you've seen, Frankie.
Blown away. Like I always say, it's very magical out here today. With players like Sterry, Flexman and Tillett and Slatter, you can't really go wrong.
Well, it's a strong first half for the H&D Hawks. We'll see what Anga can conjure up in response in just a moment's time.
Sorry, we're not. The women's vets has apparently happened before the cup final. We're not doing that. Let me go check. No, we're not streaming the vets.
Second half to come here then, and it's the H&D Hawks who have a 2-try lead in this men's social final. Not a perfect start though, Frankie.
Not so far, but it ain't about the start, it's about the finish, isn't it?
Too right, and well, the H&D Hawks are currently one hand on the social trophy as they lead by 2 tries. Loose ball just caught one of the Hammerhead ladies players. But, well, they've already played their rugby today. Some huge results across the day. Well, a quick tack then for Anga. Blasting up to the gain line, then Kerwin. Handing it off, there's players in there. Slatter has turned it over at the breakdown. Sam Slatter comes away with it. Kerwin told to release. Tillett across the face of the defence. Well, it's patient play to begin with. The Anga defence is holding strong, and they may have turned it over there. Slatter over to protect the ball. Tillett just moving from left to right at the moment, but not a lot of go forward. And then put down. The Anga defence held firm, and they forced an error. Just didn't really get going there, Frankie, in that attacking set.
We did not, unfortunately, but we got players like Slatter and Harrison Hunt. Harrison makes the tackle and Slatter clears. It's just a brilliant combo. Well,
a scrum then, and a big opportunity for Anga. Have to create something soon if they want to get back into this game. It's Kerwin. One of two Kerwins on the field at the moment. Two big don't argues from Kerwin, who slides in to score. And that is an excellent finish from Anga.
It is. It is hard to watch, but that's just the way it is.
Strong running from Kerwin, Ben and Will. Will Kerwin this time is the scorer. Two big handoffs to slide in. Well, these sort of social games are what these tournaments are really all about, even if the five-legged LIT7 series also on the line, the first game of which will be taking place very shortly. The first final of 5. Of course, we can't forget about the standalone competition on the 25th of May in London. James Haskell will be there DJing the after party. Would you believe it? As well as 12 international sevens teams, including a couple that have competed today, representing various nations. But for now, in the social final here at Chelmsford, it's the H&D Hawks who are still in the lead but have had their advantage cut. But here is Sterry, looking to take them all on. Beats 2 defenders and is up to the 10-metre. Slatter. Morton. Well, that's been put down. And H&D Hawks do well to keep a hold of it, but it's been upgraded to a penalty, it seems. Well, it was a knock-on, but then a penalty's been given in H&D's favour instead. There's a tap from Tillett. Once again, looking for Sterry, but this time they'll crash it through the centre. Through Keeley. Slatter. Tillett picks a good line. Kerwin's there to make the tackle. Once again, Kerwin back to his feet. Sterry off his wing to look for some work. Wrapped up well by a solid Anga defence. Tillett puts in the fend. The inside ball goes to ground, but Slatter's there to collect. Slatter wins a penalty. Tillett with a quick tap. Not 10 yards, so another penalty. Keeley. Sterry does well to draw and give, and there's a hand in there. But we're back for the original penalty, and not 10 is the call. Building something quite nice at the moment, Frankie.
We are. The Hawks, they're very organised. It can get sloppy, but the Hawks are good at shoveling.
Well, it will be a penalty then on halfway. Could be a change in the offing as well for the Harage and Dovercourt Hawks. Onto the field comes Flexman. And Tillett will tap on halfway. Quick hands to the wide channel. Mortons takes on 2 defenders, and it might be a turnover here. The ball does come out Anga's way, but no release, and there's the quick tap. Runs into 2 more yellow shirts. Physical defence from Anga, and they have won it. And finally, they have some possession again. It's Cramwell. Dragged down by Slatter. Kerwin. Little inside ball. Looking to build something from deep inside their own half. Driving up to halfway. And Kerwin finds his brother and looks down the short side. Little show and go and the fend. Kerwin's in behind. Ben Kerwin this time will touch down. With a conversion to come. Well, you might be getting a little bit nervous now, Frankie.
I am getting nervous, but I've got a very good saying. Pressure makes diamonds, or lemon juice. And we're going to be diamonds.
Excellent. Can't wait to see how it turns out in the next couple of minutes here as things are all level. Johnson back onto the field. Slatter's final is over. It will be an Anga kick-off if they've just scored. Plenty of time left in this game for things to swing in either direction. Rothwell's under it. And he'll look to go down the short side. Lifted to Rothwell once again. Little missed pass into midfield. And Tillett's over with a bit of space. Checks back inside on this occasion. Rothwell with a looping pass. A lovely ball. On the wraparound. And just put down in that wide channel. Well, it doesn't matter, because by the finest of margins, Harage and Dovercourt have won it. And they have taken this social final away from Anga despite a late fate back. And you must have been nervous in those closing moments, Frankie, but they got the job done.
The job's always done with the Hawks, and the joy that's filling my eyes right now, I can't express it. Like I said, the Hawks all the way to the top. Even when I spoke to you this morning, here we are.
A great final, and thank you very much for joining us, Frankie, as we look forward to the big one, you might say, the men's open final, where the Hammerheads take on the Shoguns, this unstoppable force against this immovable object. The 2 top sides of the competition so far finally face off in what promises to be a delightful encounter. That's live next here at Chelmsford Rugby Club in the first round of the LIT7 series. to this final. Both these teams will also be in action at the further 4 events coming up in the LIT7 series. Shoguns will be present at the event on the 25th, having just gone all the way at the Hong Kong 10s as well. Well, it's certainly the most difficult game to call, as Beer gets us, Bale gets us underway, but taken well off the kickoff by Garrett. A high press from the Hammerheads. Lovely footwork from Tuma, but the ball is turned over and Beer comes away with it. Louis Beer takes contact. Here is Masha Van Kok. Van Kok lifts it to Bateman. Bale. There's the miss pass. Sokovi Vanialu just starting away. Now Bale under a bit of pressure, but playing with an advantage. And the Hammerheads will have another crack at things here. Junior So down for the Hammerheads. Onto the field is Christian Squire. Christian Squire, one of the Hammerhead players who've also represented Jamaica Sevens, along with Josh Christie, formerly of Saracens. Scrum then for Hammerheads. Sokovi Vunivayalu is the feed. Good counter shove from the Shoguns. They look to have turned it over, but the penalty goes Hammerheads' way instead. Bale, Christie on the switch, a Squire on the switch. And Squire plays 9 as well. Van Kok through one tackle. There's the offload to find Bale on the spin. Dragged down on the 22. Over the ball go the Shoguns, but it pops out Squire's way. Little show and go on the inside. Lovely run this time from Jacob Domain. And then there's the offload and the opening score so far. Sokovi Vunivayalu has opened the scoring. Well, if their women's team ran away with things in that side of the competition, the men's team could be looking for a double here. A perfect start for them as they add the extras as well through Elliot Bale. There's still so much rugby to play in the LIT7s, of course. 2 competitions in London, as well as Peterborough and Surrey. And then, of course, that big day out on the 25th, hosted by the London Broncos. James Haskell will be there, of course, DJing the after party. 12 teams representing 12 nations on the 7th circuit. Well, what a start this tournament has been. Plenty of good energy, as you'd expect, but some real quality as well, as Beer comes flying in to make the tackle. But there's a breakaway down the left-hand side. Look at that pace. Caught inside the 10, looking for the turnover. Penalty goes Hammerheads' way. And they'll play with penalty advantage, it seems. Squire stepping off the left. Bateman cuts inside and beats the first defender. Brought down by Bernal. flick back inside. Bateman comes away with it. This time he's wrapped up by Liam Lloyd. Beer. All the way wide they go. And now there's a foot race to the line that the Hammerheads will win. Michael Van Kock will score another today. The Hammerheads will double their advantage. Well, you wondered if anyone had enough about them to control this Hammerhead attack, but at the moment it's all going their way against their old foes in the Shogun. Two sides who have faced each other on the circuit for a number of years. The Hammerheads, of course, founded in 2012 by Jim Osborne. Based in Milton Keynes in Olney. Long history of academy players involved in the men's side. On the plate in last year's Super Series. And they're on their way to victory here at the first edition of the LIT7s. Not if Henry Tuma has anything to say about it. What a solo effort that is. Tuma stepping inside and out. Well, that try sorely needed to get the Shoguns back into the contest, and they have a foothold in this final. Ben Bernal to get the Shoguns back underway, and it's a very contestable kickoff. Up goes Garrett, but it's just beyond him, knocked on, so advantage for the Hammerheads, and what might they do with it? Well, it's a foot race to the line once more. Ushered into the wide channel, switching on the inside and bumping off the first. They've got a man over, slipping off the tackles themselves, they might not need him. Archie English will score another and re-establish Hammerhead's 2-try advantage. Clinical, as they've been all day. Well, half-time as the kick comes in from Bale, and right on the stroke of half-time, Hammerheads score their third. And they'll have 2 points added onto that tally. Well, at half-time in the first final of the LIT7 series here at Chelmsford Rugby Football Club, it's the Hammerheads who take a 3-try to 1 advantage going into the break with just 7 more minutes to play. We'll be live for the second half in our final game here in Chelmsford in just a moment's time. Just 7 more minutes to play. The Hammerheads lead at the moment by 3 tries to 1 against the Shoguns. Neither side really yet to be tested today. But it's a high kickoff from Ben Bernal. And it has come back the way of the red shirts. Knock on from the Hammerheads, so important set piece opportunity for the Shoguns, who would love an early try here. Onto the field comes Keelan Farrell. Scored a hat-trick the last time he was on pitch 1, the Brighton College lad. Lovely footwork, the big don't argue, just dragged down at the very last. Bernal back across the face, Garrett. Garrett takes it to the line himself. Garrett looking to get away from Bangkok as he made it, he has, into the corner. And by the slimmest of margins, Alec Garrett of Nottingham University touches down in the corner. How close was Bangkok for dragging him into touch there, but Garrett just about got it down, and the Shoguns are absolutely back into this contest. Bernal wide of the left-hand upright, so they might need another couple of scores to get ahead. Well, kick-off to come as soon as the ball is back in Ben Bernal's hands. Trent Story out wide here, the Australian, the captain, alongside the tie scorer Alex Garrett. They'll be in pursuit. Well, it's a deeper kick-off. In comes a tackle from Storen. Bale under a bit of pressure, as is Christie, but they're playing on. Here's Squire. One more pass out wide. Bateman back against the grain, almost through. Turned over in the tackle. Advantage goes the way of the Shoguns, and it's been upgraded to a penalty. Bernal hands it off. Harrison Friday hands it off once more. Cutting back against the grain this time is Golden Clark. Clark through another tackle. Almost lifted to Friday, instead a turnover. Christian Squire takes contact. There's the big miss pass. Bateman. Bateman looks to take on Toomer, puts it in behind, but pulls up just a few inches short. The ball is loose. Bateman drops upon it, but it has come back with the Shoguns. Storen, Friday, Bernal flashes it back inside. The captain, Storen, hands it off. Garrett breaks away. Garrett's in behind. Garrett's got Christie in pursuit and looks to take him on. But there's more Shoguns in support than anyone else, and it's a good pass out wide. Toomer will dot down under the sticks and look to level things up. Well, it's been a long day of sevens, and there were bodies littering the floor there, but after a breathless period of play, the Hammerheads just didn't have enough to get back in support. Garrett was through the hole, and he had Toomer there in support. 21-19 the score is. One more try will put the Shoguns in front. What have the Hammerheads got left in the tank today? Bernal with the kickoff once again. Bernal hangs it up. Storen's underneath it and he taps it back. But Bale comes away with it. Little show and go back against the grain. Good offload. Elliot Bale takes it to contact. Little pick and go. Skipping through the first contact. A little show and go. And all of a sudden they're in behind. Here's Christie. Christie puts in the fend. Just one man to beat. The offload inside goes to ground. And Storen comes away with it. How can the Shoguns counter? Friday finds Bernal. And now everyone takes a breath as contact is taken. Storen hands it off. Putting in the fend, and once again the Shoguns are in behind. There's a real race onto the line this time. Tuma on his hat trick. Tuma steps back against the grey, lifts the offload. But there's a yellow card shown here for Will Aylan. Well, within the confusion, there's a couple of changes, but the tap's been taken quickly. Harrison Friday through the contact. Good counter drive on this occasion. Golden Clark under pressure. And turned over at the breakdown as well, but not releasing is the call. Storen, the captain, flew over from Australia just for the start of this tournament. And he'll take the tap. Well, the referee just getting a hold of things. 7-on-6 for the remainder of this final. The Hammerheads, who have looked in control of this competition all day, lead by 2 in the final. Trent Storen. Through the hands they go. There's a man over if they can find him. Bernal for the corner. And the Shoguns go in front for the first time in this final. Ben Berlin is the scorer. He's asking how much time is left in this game. 24-21. Bernal with a great effort, but it's short. But that will be too much in the end. What a comeback from the Shoguns. Hammerheads in control from the off. But in that second half, the Shoguns showed why they've been on the top of this LIT7 circuit for so long. Ben Bernal's try in the corner was enough to turn the tide. Having already won the Cape Town 10s and the Melrose 7s, as well as in Hong Kong in recent times, they can add the first round of the LIT7 series here in Chelmsford to that illustrious list, and the Hammerhead side cannot repeat the success of their women's team today, who are all dominant in the competition. In the end, the Shoguns had enough to stop them. Well, a thrilling final, deserving of an excellent day of sevens. And with the final whistle here, also brings an end to our coverage of the Chelmsford Sevens. Well, we'll leave you with these celebrations, and we'll be back, I'm sure, for the next few rounds of the LIT7s as we see how the competition unfolds. Of course, don't forget about the big event on May 25th, the International Sevens in London that LIT have organised, with James Haskell in attendance as well to DJ that event. But don't also forget, of course, about the 4 other legs of the LIT7 series, all of which can be found on their website as well as on their Instagram page as well, LIT7s. You'll recognise their logo, I'm sure. So thank you very much for joining us here at Chelmsford. I've been Wilfred Kemsley, taking you through the action since way back at 10 o'clock this morning. The winners of the Chelmsford leg of the LIT7s are the Shoguns, as they beat the Hammerheads in the final on the very last play. Thank you all for joining us, and goodbye.